Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KL.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Hello, welcome to Inquiry, a dialogue about a topic to be named later. I am your humble respondent, Stephen L. Hall, here to answer questions posed. The person posing the questions today is our guest interrogator, Rowdy Rick Robinson.
Excuse me, sir. I prefer the phrase guest grand. Anyway, so thank you for having me sit in. I know BZ was supposed to be doing this tonight, but he's having a bout of tinnitus again. He cut his own show short last night, so I checked with him earlier today, and he finally answered me. Luckily, I already had a topic idea just in case, and of course, we're gonna go a little deep as I normally try to do when I have your attention for the whole hour. So my question to start it all, and then you can kind of take this wherever you want to take it, is the following: Is it possible for a society to remain free if most of its citizens prefer security and certainty over risk and responsibility?
Well, certainly Benjamin Franklin didn't think so.
He did not know.
Benjamin Franklin, of course, we all know the famous quote that, a person who desires security and liberty, what was it?
A person who desires security or security over liberty deserves neither. It's not the exact quote, but that's pretty close.
Well, you got closer than I did. I remember vaguely the quote. The problem is, liberty requires a certain philosophy, and security requires a different philosophy. And any conflict you have in a society comes from competing philosophies, regardless of all of its manifestations of different interests, different people, but it really looks at a different outlook on life. And security is a very feudal mindset. It's why socialism gets such a wonderful thing now. It's a form of feudalism. Everybody has a place in society. You're not going to get lost, and it's based in fear. And when you're looking for security, you have a scared populace. And that seems kind of strange, but
So
So
first point, I think you're exactly right. I think for the folks that are craving security over all else, it's because they live in moments of fear and moments of doubt. And unfortunately, modern media as well as modern politicians are really great at feeding into those fears, which I think is one reason why everybody's leaning into that more. But so my question regarding security versus liberty, because as we've noticed with Christianity and Islam, those two competing ideas don't really do a good job of residing in the same space at the same time. So how is it that we can balance our need for liberty and our need for security without one starting to override the other? Because I mean, I'll be honest, if one's going to override the other, I would much prefer liberty over security for obvious reasons. But I know about at least 55% of the country doesn't agree with me about that right now. So
well, they're not really competing interests. It's a prioritization of interests. Everybody wants both liberty and security. The best way is, how do you secure security? How do you secure security? How do you secure liberty? And to have liberty requires a certain amount of independence and self reliance, as well as a certain sense of communal responsibility and a purpose of society to promote the individual. But if you're willing to sacrifice the individual for security, you've given up your liberty for a false sense of security that puts the idea of security in somebody else's hands outside of your own. And that's not to say that everybody can have security if they are individual and there's no society holding them together and no rules of law. Then you have anarchy.
yeah. So why do you think it is that at least and maybe this is just my perception, so maybe you can help me with that too. But why does it seem like, based on what we're seeing in pop culture, in the news outlet circles, and even on social media, it seems like everyone is leaning so heavily into the security aspect of what they like to call our democracy rather than the liberty aspect of our democracy? Do you have any idea what may have caused what seems to be a shift there, at least in my opinion?
Well, you mean aside from socialism being preached for the last 60 to 70 years in our schools?
Got it in one.
Once you start preaching the idea of collectivism, where you call it what I call regressivism, they call it progressivism. They always try to mask it with these nice little titles that sound good, but it's the subjugation of the individual to the will of the collective. And once you start doing that, then you feel like you don't have a place in society unless you have the approval of everybody else. And that philosophy itself creates a feeling of insecurity. And therefore, you more desperately cling to it because that becomes your primary goal. And everything else gets sacrificed on the altar of the collective. And I know it sounds kind of religious in aspect of philosophy, but it really is. Because once you put that as your main priority, being on the out of the group becomes your greatest fear.
Well, I mean, it is actually kind of a religious aspect of it, because the whole idea for communism slash socialism is all about statism, which is basically just another, shorter way of saying human collectivism and secular humanism. So, I mean, there is actually a religious overtone to it. It's just a lot of folks that are going through it don't see it that way. But I, for one, as somebody who has spent a lot of time in theology, understand that if you believe that we are created, and the fact that we happen by accident would be next to impossible. So something had to have created us, even if we don't want to agree on what that was. We are designed, pardon me, to worship something. And in absence of everything else, we start to worship the state. And you see that you see that with the USSR. You see that with North Korea. You see that everywhere. They have all of these aspects that have turned the state into their religion, to the point where if you are against the state, then you are committing heresy, and therefore they can actually just get rid of you.
Well, the hardest thing for the most normal people to understand is the mindset of somebody who is of a different philosophy. And America is based in an enlightenment capitalist philosophy. It becomes really hard for them to put their mindset into somebody else's view. It's hard for them to look at the world from a perspective of either hatred or fear because they're used to fellowship with their fellow man. It's no different than I was watching a show years ago about this frontiersman who is out living on his own and he comes back into society and he always seems out of place because his mindset is do everything for yourself. Nobody else is there to help you. And that doesn't really fit in with the greater society. That's always that wild man. It goes back to Enkidu as the friend of Gilgamesh. And some of the oldest written stories in mankind is the wild man who is used to doing everything by himself and has a hard time fitting in with society. But the other extreme is the person who is so ingrained in society that they could not act without the will of the others. And that's just as foreign to our concept. And that's what they're teaching. When you're teaching collectivism, you're teaching you all have to do it together and nobody can stand out. And it's not that you're afraid that somebody will succeed, it's afraid that you'll be the one left outside, the one left behind. And most people really can't conceive that their entire motivation is in one way or another rooted in fear. And these people who are acting violent and confrontational are really doing that to hide their fear of being outside the group. And that's a hard thing to wrap your head around. The more aggressive they are, the more afraid they are.
Which is weird when you think about it, because normally you don't think of people that are aggressively defending positions to be the ones that are actively afraid. But I mean, even in some conservative circles, a lot of people that I know that are conservative became that way out of a basis of fear because of the things that are happening that they don't agree with. And trust me, about 7 times out of 10 lately, it seems like they've been right. Like we've talked about on this network, the whole pronoun debacle now for going on, what, 6, 7, almost a decade. And in the beginning, we told everybody exactly how it was going to go. And everybody else was trying to say this is exactly how it's going to go. And that's exactly how it went. If you didn't go along to get along, you were going to get left out. And then eventually they were going to start eating their own. And it's happening all over the place. I mean, that's just like Stephen Colbert is embroiled in a big deal right now because he wanted to have one of the Democratic candidates on without the other one. And the FCC said, no, even though it's the side you agree with, you still have to give equal airtime. And he tried to do it anyway. And the irony of this is he excluded the black candidate. The same party that keeps telling us that we're the racist. I wanted him to give Jasmine Crockett as much airtime as she wanted because the more she speaks, the better off Texas is going to be, in my opinion, which I think is the real reason he tried to silence her. But at the same time, you can't pick winners and losers, especially if you are part of an FCC regulated outfit, because that's kind of the thing. I mean, even when I was guest hosting on local radio, if I invited one candidate on, I at least had to extend the invite to any other candidates, whether it was in a primary or even during the actual election itself. I had to at least extend the invite and record that they had either said yes or no, so there was something for our records. But the irony of all of this stuff being based in fear for different reasons, but then our media doing everything they can to feed into that fear at the same time is just astounding to me, because I think half of why we are where we are right now is because everybody's given into emotion on both sides. You see it on both sides. Those of us that try to be logical and try to stay towards the middle, and I'm not saying I'm always perfect at it, but I do try to come at each situation logically. And I'm the one that's being shouted down. Well, why are you not incensed? Why aren't you angry? Because staying in that doesn't do anybody any good. And if you really value balance in this country, you can't live in emotion. So that's why I wanted to bring up this topic, because it's not just about fear. It is, because that's the primary driver, but everything in our society teaches us now to live in our emotions. I mean, even with social media, they're now discovering the addictive properties of it and discovering how anxious it makes teenagers and younger adults. And they want to act like that's not on purpose.
Well, getting back to the original topic where you talked about wanting it to be security, it's not just the in group, it's place in society, it's having a purpose, it's in the Middle Ages, what was one of the worst things you could be in society?
You mean besides a leper?
Well, aside from disease, yes. Not physically worse, but societally worse.
I don't know. The only thing I can think of that would have been absolutely terrible would to be a serf, but I don't know where you're going with
No,
this.
that was actually fairly good. A serf was a person who had a place in his society. Below a serf was somebody called a free man. Now, we in America, because of a capitalist system, a free man was somebody who is not have obligations. It became elevated into something you wanted to be, somebody who was in control of their own life. But in the Middle Ages, a freeman was somebody who owed no feudal obligation. They were basically day laborers.
Okay.
They didn't have the field to farm. They didn't owe the tax because they didn't have the land to pay rent on. They didn't have that craft shop that they were paying the Lord with so much work for the renting that space. He wasn't assured of his next meal. A freeman was somebody who literally was a day laborer, what we would think of as a day laborer. They were free from obligation, but they were free from taxes, which was the obligation. But you were also really on the verge of poverty and starving to death in the winter. If there wasn't enough work to feed, you could feed yourself. Below them, however, was the outlaw. Now, what did the outlaw mean? We tend to think of it as a criminal, but it really meant that you were outside of the protection of the law. Which means if somebody assaulted you or robbed you, the law would look over it and not care. Kind of like British children nowadays.
That's
Well, I mean, you have a society which is not protecting you under the law, and if somebody commits a crime against you, they don't care. And that was what being an outlaw was. It wasn't that you were criminal and going to be locked up. Jail was originally just to hold you over when you committed a crime so you could be there in court. It wasn't a punishment in and of itself. Which is strange. We think of jail as a punishment now. It wasn't a punishment when it was created. That was just assurance you were going to show up in court.
Okay, so I know this isn't part of the topic, but you've now created another question. If jail wasn't a punishment, what happened if you were convicted of something or found guilty of something? Did they just throw you out of society? Did they murder you?
Minor crimes, there was a fine. And you had a fine to pay. For major crimes, it was usually execution.
So you either paid with money or your life, depending on the circumstances.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
They didn't really have minor crimes. What we would call a regulatory offense would be finable. You slaughtered somebody's goat, you got to pay them for that goat. On the other hand, if you stole, that was theft. That was reason to hang you. You committed treason, whether it's petty treason or grand treason. Yeah, you were being executed. You murdered somebody, you were probably going to be executed if you were convicted. And there were only about 5 or 6 crimes, and the punishment was all about the same. It was later when they created petty theft and decided if you had stolen less than 12 pence worth of property, they weren't going to execute you.
That's an interesting concept.
But yeah, the jail was just there to make sure you were there for trial because you had traveling judges, and the judge, when he was in town, would hear all the cases pending. And if they had a serious crime, somebody was accused of murder, you put them in jail so that they were there. They weren't going to flee the county.
Huh.
But the outlaw, if you murdered the outlaw, there's no crime. So if you were an outlaw and somebody murdered you or somebody assaulted you or battered you, you couldn't complain about it.
Oh, look, the Space Hobbit's in chat.
You were just speaking of her, yes.
Oh, so I mean that's an interesting thought because I mean, as much of a history buff as I am, I have to admit I've never really gotten into that time of history because it's never really interested me. So I never really thought of the concept of jail basically being, this is where we hold you until we decide what we're gonna do with you, and then you're gonna either give somebody money or you're probably gonna die. Um, the law says otherwise, ma'am. You're below 5 foot. Welcome to reality. Anyway, but yeah, so that's an interesting thought. All right, so now that we've kind of established what is causing everyone to seem to live in fear, what are some things that you think we might be able to do to correct that over time? Because it's not going to be anything we're going to be able to flip a switch with.
Well, if you're going to get people out of the concept that being part of the group is central to their identity, and that their identity being recognized by the group is central to their existence, they have to have some sense of independence. And I don't mean independence in terms of standalone. I mean as a fellow member of society with which can allow them enough security with it's hard to say uh, an intellectual philosophy. I mean that's what you're really looking at is changing people's core philosophy after spending years in school learning that acceptance by other people is more important. I mean, you're Generation X, you understand this. If other people don't like you as a Gen Xer, what do you say?
Fuck you.
Or whatever.
Or
Everybody's a Gen Xers, whatever.
Whatever's the nicer way to put it, but I didn't feel like being nice tonight.
But the idea that your identity is dependent upon what other people think is a little foreign. And it is not just for Gen X, but for most of American history.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you may not like a group of people, but they generally go off by themselves and they're fine there. Amish people. Yeah, they're pacifists. We don't really like pacifists, but they're in Pennsylvania and Ohio and okay, whatever. They're not bothering anybody, leave them alone. And you have to be confident in yourself to say they can do what they want, just don't bother me.
Which is pretty much where I've been in almost everything in my life. I don't really care what you do in your spare time. Just basically, as long as whatever you're doing doesn't interfere with me, I really don't care. But part of what has happened and part of what has become part of our society is now we have to have this overlap. And I think, again, part of that is fear driven. And I think it's also designed to curtail liberty because everything now has to have a degree of conformity to it. Like every single TV show has to have a member of what they consider now a marginalized individual class. Even though those people might be 0.3% of the population, there's no way you can turn on a show anymore without them having some form of representation, which I think, again, whether intentional or not, feeds into this whole idea of your end all and be all is to be recognized and accepted by the collective.
Mm-hmm.
And
because if you're not recognized, then what are you?
You're nothing as far as they're
Exactly.
concerned.
And that's what they're afraid of. I mean, they're afraid of not having an identity, and their identity is defined extremely superficially because they have no core of being by themselves. They have no, when you're constant, and the media is part of this because when you're constantly on electronics and social media, the idea of having a quiet time of an hour or two when you're not hooked up to a TV or a phone frightens it ever living. Never mind. Let us say that it scares them to a certain extent beyond our normal comprehension. To be separated from their phone is traumatic because they've lost their window to identity. This is why you have TikToks and people getting all of this dopamine hits from, oh, look, I got likes.
Well, yeah, all of social media is formulated that way. I actually did almost a full half-hour segment on that today because of the social media trial that's happening, and the fact that basically what's happened is everybody went from big tobacco into gambling, and they went into junk food, and now they've moved all these these things that they have figured out over time about addictive behaviors into social media. It's one of the biggest reasons why all of our electronics have blue screens now, because they know how disruptive that actually is to neural patterns. So and almost everybody stares at them anymore. It doesn't matter what kind of work you do. I mean, that's like in the 90s when I first started riding around in a unit. There was not a giant computer screen that I could sit and type information into when I first started doing that in the 90s. And now you can't get away from it. There are screens everywhere. You're constantly looking at your phone, which has blue light. We're looking at screens right now to do this show, which is blue light. Our TVs have blue light. They know exactly what they've been doing. And I think this is part of that. I think they have been feeding the fear centers with everything they can possibly do. Because I mean, you're right. You can't nobody that I know that's below the age of 30 can put their phone down for 5 minutes without starting to have severe anxiety. They just can't do it because it's been a part of their life for so long and a part of their everyday, every moment life. And I mean, I'll be honest, it was terrible for me during my divorce too, because the second I had any quiet time, I spiraled. So I started sleeping with the TV on all the time. It used to be I would have it on until I got sleepy, and then I would set a sleep timer as I started getting sleepy, and then it would turn off. And the second it turned off, I woke back up. So for the longest time, I was and even though I don't read all the studies and looked at about how bad blue light is for your sleep and everything else, it didn't matter because without it, I couldn't even get 10 minutes of sleep. But and I'm 52. So imagine what it's like for people that are, 10, 15, 16 years old and have grown up with this stuff and have constantly had this thing attached to their hand. And I think this is part of what's feeding into what we're seeing now with everybody's fear responses, because everybody's anxiety is on 11 and they want it that way, because if your anxiety is on 11, you're not responding with the logical part of your brain. You're responding with the reptile portion of your brain, which is
But then
survival or
you're
thought.
looking for security.
Yeah.
But then your major motivation is security in place. Now, when you mentioned those other addictive vices, the one thing that's missing from those other vices of smoking and drinking and things like that is to a large extent the social dependency on that.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can sit there in a cigar and whiskey and drink by yourself while you're reading law books. Not that I would ever do such a thing.
No.
That's how I got through law school.
Quick aside though, during law school, what was when you were when that was how you survived law school? What was your favorite drink to imbibe, and what was your favorite thing to smoke as far as cigars and
Well,
whiskey?
my favorite drink to imbibe was scotch, and my favorite cigar would be Don Diego.
Nice. Wait, so what kind of scotch?
Usually my favorite's Aberlour. Although usually I get Glenlivet because I can't find Aberlour in half the stores around here. So
I've never heard of Aberlour. I'm gonna have to see if I can find it. I'll be honest, I've never
I was
really.
in Scotland, I brought back 3 bottles. There was Dalmore, Craigenmore, and there was an Isle of Islay Scotch. Can't remember which one that one was. Anyway.
Yeah, so I'll be honest, I was always more of a bourbon drinker because I grew up in Oklahoma. My first real exposure to decent scotch was when I went to CPAC in 2016. JD, who was rooming with me at the time, came back with 2 20-year Macallans and said, drink this. And I'm like, I can't afford this. He's like, I charged it to the room. I'm going to pay for it. He's like, drink it. I promise I won't regret it. I have still not been able to find a 20-year Macallan. It was either 20 or 25. But I can't find that I can afford. But I do have a bottle of 12-year Macallan in my booze cabinet right now. So
now I was a poor college student in law school, so it was more often a beer and a cigar instead of the scotch. But
nice.
Do what you have to do.
Yeah, that's why most of the time when I was in college, it was the pint of Jim Beam you could get back then for like $4 or $5 because the taste didn't matter. It was what it did.
Well, I found that was a good way to study law because you could actually put your mindset back into centuries before when the law was actually being written and that case was decided. and it gives you a different perspective on a lot of things. And some of the language is so much more eloquent than the more recent stuff. You can see the same thing in the Constitution if you read the early amendments, and then as they get later in date, they get a lot more wordy and a lot less meaningful.
Well, yeah, that's one of the things that absolutely drives me crazy about, especially Congress today, because, and this drove me crazy when I was working for the University of Oklahoma, because I was on contract with the Department of Human Services, and they would ask us every year, what is something that you wished we would do differently to make your job easier? I'm like, please start sending out the letters that you send to our population in plain English, not written by attorneys. Make an extra copy. It's going to cost you an extra 10 cents, but it saves you time on the phone. Because I know you have to send out the legalized version, but you can send a plain English version with it and say, this is what the very fancy sounding letter just said to you. Because we have a habit in this country of talking in this hybridization between legalese and English. And it's just this weird thing. And for some reason, lawyers absolutely love to do that. And I think it's because, and no offense to you, but I think it's because you guys love to send out letters and have somebody call you. Oh, I can answer that for you. $400, please, for a phone call.
I'm over that now. I'm cured. But true legalese, when you go back at least 150 years, was a far different language than what the modern legalese is. There were interesting eloquences within the language that held a great deal of meaning. And the problem is you now have people going through law school who don't know the meaning of that language and don't understand the references and aren't well read outside of that one area. I'll give you a really good example for this, and this relates to our topic of security versus liberty. You ever hear the phrase, ignorance of the law is no excuse?
Yes, there's actually a lot more to that phrase. But yes.
But it's also a misquote.
Oh, I know.
It comes from Leviathan by Thomas Hobbes, and most attorneys haven't read that. And what it actually says is because ignorance is no good excuse where one is bound to take notice of the laws to which one is subject. Which means it's exactly the opposite of what they use it for in legal circles.
Oh, yeah.
Best example of that I saw was a cop pulled somebody over for driving 35 in a 15 mile per hour zone or 25 mile per hour zone. Mm-hmm. And the lady said she didn't see the sign, and he had to go back around. It was a one-way road, and it was about 4 or 5 blocks, and had to go back and count the number of speed limit signs, come back to the exact point he was. She went back and did that, and there were 6 signs where it was posted. So ignorance of the law there, where it's posted, you can't really say. On the other hand, Thomas Hobbes himself describes a stranger to the town who is drinking water out of the city fountain, and that's illegal, doesn't know if it's not posted, because that's not the law everywhere. But there are certain laws, as he points out, which are so universal that it doesn't matter if it's posted. Murdering somebody is wrong. I don't care what society you're in. Rape is wrong, no matter what society you're in, and it doesn't need to be posted. Of course, we need to tell some of the English magistrates this at the moment.
We'll figure.
But they haven't read Thomas Hobbes either. But the idea of, we were talking about the security concept and the liberty concept, is understanding these ideas is part of your philosophical makeup. You know, there's a philosophical underpinning of liberty that goes with your legal theory, that goes with your culture, that goes with how your society operates, of who owns property and how your economy works. And all of this goes together. And once you start going, the basis for our economy is flawed, and therefore we want to abandon that, well, then that's the same basis you have for your legal authority. That's the same basis as you have for your social structure. So if you're going to take one of them out, it all falls down.
Well, yeah, it's like tipping that first domino. But it's interesting that you brought up the ignorance of the law is no excuse, because there's another one that has been going around lately, and I've seen this a lot on social media, and this is another example of people changing the actual meaning of things to suit their purposes. Have you seen the newest argument for why blood is thicker than water doesn't mean what you think it means on social media?
No, I haven't seen that one.
So the original meaning and the historical meaning, of course, is the same one that we've all taken, which is, focus on family ties first because your family is going to be the most important thing that you have. But there's now, because there are a bunch of people that, for whatever reason, either didn't like their family or wanted to move away from that doctrine, and whether that's because of, the state's attack on nuclear family or whatever else, who really knows. But there was this whole idea of the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, which basically means family doesn't matter as much as the people that you choose as family. And that's the new modern interpretation for that entire phrase. And it is so flawed, but it fits the way society works today because everybody wants everything in certain boxes. And if your family's not the family you want, just go find another one because that matters more anyway. Or, pick those people instead, which is the exact opposite of everything we've ever been taught. And it's just astounding to me how many things over the centuries we as a people have decided to turn on our head just to try to warp people's perceptions of everything. I mean, it's the left. Everything they do with language is to basically detract from it now.
Yeah,
It's
but it also
crazy.
doesn't work if you logically think it out. And one of the biggest problems we have with our schools now is they don't teach reason. And the ability to think and the ability to reason is pretty much what separates humans from animals. Used to think was they can use tools. Well, there are certain animals that can use tools. There are certain animals that can grip things. There are certain animals that can plan things out, that have memory, that they teach others. But the ability to reason is, to a large extent, uniquely human. That IQ thing that says we can plan for the future because we can see the logical consequences thereof. And that's what all of our rules of society are based on. And our things like blood is thicker than water, a nice analogy of, things that are closer to us, things that are related to us, have more affinity to us versus I don't have any affinity and I'm just going to choose to be with, but they haven't thought about what that is in the future. If you choose your family, then that family can choose not you.
Yeah, nobody talks about that part.
Well, that's because that requires a little bit of reasoning into the phrase or sentence.
Well, yeah,
You
but
have to
if they taught critical thinking and reasoning, though, they wouldn't have the majority of the people under 30 living in their amygdala all the time. So it would be pointless. So,
well, that's what I said. That's the whole security thing of being in place. But the problem is, if you're choosing your place, you're afraid that somebody's going to be out of it. The whole Leviathan concept of we are all in this together. Well, no, we are not all in this together. We never have been. If we are all in this together, then nobody can disagree.
Yeah. I mean, it would be nice if we were all in this together. I mean, and there are instances of this working in smaller groups. I mean, the idea of communism is great on paper and can sometimes even work in small groups. But when a group starts getting too large and certain people are like, well, if they're going to do all the work anyway, I'm just going to hang out on the couch. And then eventually everybody starts hanging out on the couches and nobody's doing any work because they're like, well, screw that. I've worked 10 days straight and Bob over there's just been hanging out on the couch for 10 days. I'm going to go sit on the couch. And then before you know it, nobody's gotten any work done. There's no food to eat. There's just nothing. And it's just and the whole flawed concept of communism, which I think is astounding because of all the people that are now pushing for it, both in modern education, people below the age of 35 who think that capitalism has failed us, so communism is the way, is they don't realize that all they're really doing is hoping that when the paradigm shifts, they wind up at the top. Because there are still going to be people at the top and people at the bottom. The big difference between capitalism and socialism is if you want to find a way to change your status in a capitalist society, you can. If you want to in a communist society, good luck, because if you try, they're probably going to murder you.
Well, I want to disagree with you there for a little bit when you said that it sounds good. I don't think it sounds good at all to say we're all in this together. Because if we are all together, what changes? If we are all in agreement, nothing changes, nothing improves. It's stagnant. It is one of the greatest horror stories you can have of having everybody alike. It doesn't sound good to me, and that's kind of the way that I think.
Well,
To
I guess
figure out,
as far as
to
what I'm
figure
in,
out,
as far as what I'm in, as far as we're all in this together, is as far as getting tasks done and completing things and making sure that society is running okay. But yeah, the idea of conformity and everybody having to be the same is kind of where that stuff kind of breaks down. And one of the things that nobody talks about in the differences between a capitalist society and a communist one is eventually the government starts telling you where you can live, what you can drive, and where you can work, and it all starts to really look the same because there's no innovation at all anymore. It's so.
but if you look at the philosophy of the country and in the Enlightenment era, it wasn't just we're in this together. It wasn't we're all individuals. It was there is a community where collectively there are things we need to agree on. There are areas where we can depart and we can differ. And as long as our differences don't cross certain thresholds, we're in the clear. You know, and we don't do things collectively. It's not always this group versus that group. The dangers of factions that our founding fathers talked about.
Which
So
we're living.
you have "we the people," which is a very interesting phrase and carries a lot of meaning. We the people is not a collective group. It is we are individuals who are coming together for a purpose, but we're not coming together as groups for a purpose. We're coming together based on our reason to collectively agree that this is what we're going to accept and what we're not, and still maintaining our own individuality. And that phrase, "we the people,"
Raptor just made an excellent point in the chat. Kind of like the USB-C mandate. God, I hate those things.
well, all mandates tend to be bad. But once you have the "we the people" as an understanding of what that phrase means, and not just a collectivism, but that's a strange phrasing if you think about it. But it does embody in those three words a concept of both individuality, coming together in community, and a rejection of collectivism.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, your way of thinking
would just be the people.
Yeah.
If it was individual, it'd just be we. But there's a concept of a coordination between community and individual, and a limitation of what our purpose is. In other words, we're not giving carte blanche. We're saying we're coming together to form this government. We're not coming together in every aspect of our life and let this government have all power. We are not subjecting ourselves to this government. We are the ones forming it. And that one little phrase really sets the philosophical tone for our entire way of life. And it's just an expression. It was already there. It didn't create it.
Oh, no.
It was already there.
But yeah, I think another thing that we haven't really touched on as far as the need for security, outweighing the need for liberty. I think a lot of our politicians think that way too. And they sell it as we're doing this so that you can be safe. But in reality, what they're really doing is making sure that they can shore up their particular power bases, which we've now seen over and over and over again. So the idea of it being we the people, that's not really what it is anymore. It's them.
They've abandoned
they've abandoned the entire philosophy that this country was founded on, and you see it happening every single day. That's like I just saw Thomas Massey, who was supposed to be one of the vanguards for conservatism, basically telling folks in Politico, "Well, yeah, I didn't give Speaker Johnson my vote because he wouldn't pat me on the head because I got the Epstein files out." Excuse me? That was your motivation? You wanted to be publicly recognized for your part in finally getting the Epstein files released, or you were going to withhold your vote? That's not how this works. That's not how this stuff is supposed to work. And when you have folks like Rand Paul and Thomas Massey that, according to my side, are the epitome of what it means to be a conservative, and you keep catching them doing shady things, and when you're the one saying, well, yeah, maybe he was good over here, but this was not a really good look for him, and then everybody starts pillaring you because you're trying to be logical and pointing out that wanting an attaboy, a pat on the head, and a milk bone probably wasn't the best reason to try to withhold your vote. Just saying.
No, but you have the collectivism of a faction where you want to be in part of that faction versus the individuality of wanting to go, I agree with you on this issue and I agree with them on that issue. And the problem is, if you're dealing with other people who are always holding together, then your side has to hold together. If one side is really collective and they're going to back each other up no matter how stupid they get, then the other side has to also band together, and they don't. So you have one side which splinters and one side which holds together.
Which is
and that's
funny.
one of the biggest problems we had in our government.
Well, I mean, and again, this goes back to Washington from forever ago. Political parties are a bad idea. Don't do this. Okay, we're gonna do that anyway. I mean, it's kind of like, and you can take this as myth or fact depending on your particular perspective. But one of my favorite parts of the Bible is when the Israelites are talking to God and saying, "We want a king because everybody else has a king," and God's like, "But you don't need a king because you've got me. But they've got a king, so we want a king." And then he's like, okay, fine, whatever. And then they start complaining about the king. And he's like, I told you didn't need one. So it's kind of the same thing. Here we are 250 years later, looking back at George Washington and going, hey, this idea of political factions, not a good one. And we're like, shit, we really wish they would have listened back then. How do we change that now?
Well, one of the things that allowed for the rise of the factions to be as strong as they are, it wasn't just the creation of parties. One of the things that did that was, who used to be the vice president?
When Washington was in office? Wasn't it Adam?
Up until they changed the rules of how the vice president was selected.
That I honestly don't know.
It was who was the second biggest vote getter for president.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. But yeah, it was.
So it was almost invariably the person of the other party.
Which would have created a split ticket, and like it or not, even though you'd think it would cause things to be better, it usually made things worse. So, yeah, I can see that. But
you always had that person in office, second in command, was from the other side.
That's interesting.
There was always that second voice. That you never had that unanimous executive going, we're doing this. It's like, the president says we're doing this. And the vice president going, well, hold on. I don't know if this is a good idea. He may not have had much power, but he had that vote tie-breaking thing in the legislature, in the Senate. He could cast a tie vote in the Senate. So he did have a little bit of power. And if something happened to the president, that's the guy you got to deal with. So along with the 17th Amendment, that amendment changing it to the vice president becomes a member of the same party and he gets to choose his vice president, kind of took away and allowed the parties to pull apart.
Yeah, for some reason I had completely forgotten about the whole, whoever was the number 2 vote getter was the vice president. Because that would cause all kinds of issues. Because you're right. Constitutionally, the vice president doesn't have very much power, but he did have his own version of the bully pulpit as well as that tie-breaking vote when he needed it. So yeah, that could make things. Could you imagine if? God, that would have made Kamala Harris the vice president if we were still doing things that way.
Yeah.
Again? You really want that again? I don't think so. But
who would have been vice president when Biden was in office, though?
Well, that's true. So yeah, I guess that's true. That would have made Trump the vice president.
Exactly.
It means Trump could have been secretly running the country, so maybe that would have. So I don't know. I can see both sides.
It does kind of insulate the bureaucracy if the other opposing party is right in there in the White House. You can't have what they did with the Roosevelt going, yep, he's in a wheelchair. We'll just wheel him out, put some drugs in him, and he'll make his speech, and we're done. And then we're going to run it behind the scenes, which is kind of what they did with Roosevelt and Biden.
Yeah, it's weird how that happened. There were a lot of historical parallels between the Roosevelt administration and the Biden administration now that we're actually seeing how things played out, including the fact that Lady McBiden was doing a pretty good Eleanor. But anyway, all right. So believe it or not, we got about 10 minutes left. So before we got to start changing gears and get ready for G. So as far as the topic of the night, you have any final thoughts, any other ideas, suggestions on how we could fix this mess?
The way we fix the mess is we first have to dismantle the things which are creating the divisions before you can come back together. So until you get rid of, I always point to the Department of Education, but until you have your schools teaching the philosophy that the Constitution is built on, then you're not going to have people pushing policies that support the Constitution. And if you're teaching a different philosophy than what your Constitution is based on, you're always going to have conflicts and insecurities. And if you spend 12 to 16 years telling people that their lot in life is something they can't affect and they have no power of, you're going to instill nothing but fear. And fear is always going to lead to a desperate need for security, which is going to undermine the real security because you undermine the idea of individual independence and responsibility. So in order to fix this, you have to first change the philosophy, which means you have to attack it on a multi-front agenda. I think the fact that we have media that is not so centralized, the less centralized the media gets, the stronger you can get messages out. Reducing the size of government, always a good thing. Reducing the state control of education is paramount before anything else. I think without the government education, you don't have the authoritarian state.
Well, yeah. So, there's a lot of things, and we noticed this after the creation of the federal Department of Education. We started adopting this really cookie cutter approach to education, and it doesn't work. One of the things that absolutely drove me crazy once I got out of the law enforcement side of things and started working in corporate America was realizing they had all these stupid tests they made you take that helped you determine what your personality type was or your best way to learn was. I failed one because I have no, according to my ex-wives, I have no personality, so I always failed that one. But it's funny because we have all these tests that say, we have, I think if I remember right, the test usually said that we had like 4 different learning styles. Some people learn best by reading. Some people learn best by doing. Some people learn best by observing. And I think there was a 4th one. So we have all of these different ways that we know people best learn by, but we keep trying to do education in this cookie cutter approach. And to me, it's just crazy that we don't use the information that we have to start creating educational formats that work for different people that we know learn in different ways. Create areas for people that learn best by reading everything that they can read and teach them that way, or people that work best by doing, because I'm one of those people. I learn best by doing everything that I do here that I've done for now going on 20 years in one form or another. I have taught myself how to do because I'm an autodidact. I learn best by teaching myself. And I've always been that way. Like even when my dad tried to show me how to do stuff, I was just leave me alone. Let me figure it out. It's going to take me longer, but at least I don't have you yelling in my ear when I'm not doing it exactly the way you want me to do it. So he just finally learned, leave me alone and I will figure it out. And that's the way I've always been. But in school bugged the crap out of me. I am one of the reasons why homework grades are weighted now, because I used to be able to retain everything well enough the teachers were talking about to get anywhere from a 95 to 100 on a test and not do a lick of homework. And it drove the rest of the class crazy because they were like, you never do any homework and you still have a B. So yeah, for those of you that, when you started going to school in the late 80s, early 90s, and your teacher wasn't telling you, well, your homework's going to be X amount of your grade. Yeah, people like me are what caused that to have to happen because they realized that someone didn't have to do homework to retain information very well. But it's just, it's just astounding to me that with as smart as we claim we are, we have this cookie cutter approach to everything. We have a cookie cutter approach to how our legislation works. We have a cookie cutter approach to how our government works now, even though regionally speaking, it may not work the same. That's why we used to, when this country was founded, there's a reason we were called these United States of America. Anybody want to tell me why we still call the department that deals with other countries the State Department? Because that a recognized state is considered another country. That's the whole point. We were basically individual sovereign places that came together for, what was it, during when it was called the general government. I think it was for 3 or 4 common reasons, and that was it. Everything else was left to the states.
You remember, I think it was Buchanan, not Buchanan, the one right before Lincoln, the 15th president.
Normally I would have that right on the top of my head.
Anyway,
but tonight...
he declared himself the last president of the United States.
Yeah,
and that's precisely what he meant. Because after him, it became the United States, not these United States. And there was a change in attitude throughout the country, which is a change in philosophy of how we approach the nation.
Well, yeah, and that seemed like a small change to anybody who doesn't understand history. But that's when we went from what was considered a general government to a federal government, and more power started being centralized. And it's been over pretty much every year since then, more and more power has been ceded first to the federal government, and then you've got Congress ceding more and more of their power to the executive branch, because now in order to keep being reelected, they have to campaign the day after they're sworn in, because they've only got 2 years to secure their next set of votes and their next set of donors. Our system is broken. But part of the reason our system is broken is because nobody understands how it works anymore. Nobody understands how it was originally intended to work. And nobody actually thinks critically enough to figure out that, they have you living in this constant state of agitation and constant state of fear on purpose, because then you're reacting. You're reacting, not responding. There is a difference between those two things.
Courage and faith breaks the concept of fear and dependence on security. If you want liberty, you have to have faith in reality.
Well, first we have to understand what reality is, because they're changing that dynamic now too. Because remember, now there are 90 billion genders, and men can get pregnant too. But anyway, that'll probably have to be our final thought for the night. So where can folks find you? Because we are just about out of time.
Well, they can find me here every other week on Inquiry and over on X as Stephen L. Hall. And that's pretty much it. I'm not out there that much. I'm still waiting for the anti-social media.
They've started that already. It's just nobody comes together, so nobody knows. Anyway, so on that note, folks, first of all, I feel like I've earned myself one of these. And on that note, folks, we're going to get out of here. I'll be with you for the rest of the night. First, going into the executive producer chair for the conservative curmudgeon. I'll be taking third chair for Behind Enemy Lines here an hour after that. And then it'll be Amish and I hanging out for Rick and Orty before we head over into SHR Media territory. I have no idea what G's going to be talking about, but I know Ross and Gene and now me will be talking the voter ID debacle. Because, funniest thing about this whole women having a cow over the whole can't get ID to vote is these are the same people that used to use "I can do anything, you can do better" as their mantra. What the hell happened to that? But we got to go. So hang out for the Conservative Curmudgeon coming up next right here on KLRN Radio. Stay tuned. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRN Radio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLR.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts.
Like
It's
mine.
new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to.
Listen to
On
me.
Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like.
They like
That is
me.
the number one way to discover new shows and episodes.
Do they
You
know?
can
Do
find
they
Good
really?
Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
To me.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It's time now for the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show. Now, here's Grouchy.
Good evening. Welcome in Wednesday night on KLRN Radio. Woohoo! We did another week. I hope you are holdover from Stephen L. Hall and Rick. If not, you should be. What's your problem?
They
Listen.
don't know.
Huh?
So they don't know. They don't
They
know what
don't
they're
know. Yeah, they don't know. I mean, and you don't know what you don't know. So take my advice and tune in. It's worthwhile. Yes, because I said so.
That's
That
just going to
should
make
be
you not do it.
That should be enough for anybody, really. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, you know, if I say so, then I say so. Excuse me. Allergies are kicking still. I did take my nose spray, so hopefully I don't sound like I'm pinched in nasally.
Wait, you mean that's not how you normally sound?
No, it really isn't. It really isn't. It just, I suffer so much from that here. And we've covered that on the show before. I live in the Bermuda Triangle of the highest ENT doctors per capita in the country, between Tallahassee, Florida, New Orleans, Louisiana, and Montgomery, Alabama. Funky little triangle, more ENTs per capita than anywhere else due to allergies. It's amazing. It really is.
I know we've talked about it before, but I guess I memory hold that because I was like, oh yeah, I remember him saying that about that now. So
Yeah. So anyway, we got plenty to talk about. First of all, let's start with the here and now. Jesse Jackson passed. I don't have a lot of nice things to say about Jesse Jackson. This is a man who at best was a controversial racist. This is a man who has for decades been a supporter of Palestine. Can be drawn back to 1984, his support for Palestine and the Palestinian Authority when he was trying to run for president. But going back even further, even Martin Luther King Jr. called him, quote unquote, disingenuous and opportunistic. Jackson claimed to be holding King in his arms when he was killed, a point that was disputed by many that were there as well as King's family. And this is also a man that disparages Israel and Jewish people at every turn, even referring to New York City as Town at one point in his presidential campaign. So you're not going to hear me say a lot of nice things about him. And we're going to move on pretty quickly from it because much more importantly was the passing of Robert Duvall, a legend in the acting field. He arguably, I actually saw people starting to have this discussion. Is he Hollywood's greatest cowboy ever? Possibly. Let the debaters debate. Let the arguments rage on. There is absolutely no arguing his legendary status. His first major film, To Kill a Mockingbird, in 1962, played the role of Boo Radley. To his last role in a film, The Pale Blue Eye, in 2022.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning. It smells like victory.
Yes, Colonel.
Had to be done. Done.
And trust me, we're getting there. So, his first credited work in the industry was in 1960. So he did 62 years, and really threw down some of the greatest roles, and you don't even think about all of it. Wrestling Ernest Hemingway, The Judge was phenomenal with Robert Downey Jr. Is he the greatest cowboy ever? Lonesome Dove, True Grit, Cowboys and Indians, and Joe Kidd, just to name a few. Not afraid to challenge himself with diverse roles in films like Apocalypse Now, The Greatest, The Story of Muhammad Ali, Ramblin' Rose, The Natural, The Great Santini, one of the most underrated films of the last century, in my opinion. Comedy, something to talk about. Newsies, even a musical. My God, if he's not one of the greatest of our time, who is? I don't know. But he will be sorely missed in the industry. And also, just an all-around great guy. Truly, love of horses, love of animals, and just a good person in general. Robert Duvall, a legend, gone at 95. Sad, very sad. Anyway, before we get rolling too far, too fast, what's on cue for tonight, Rick?
After this, we have Behind the Enemy Lines, and then it'll be Rick and Orty, and then we'll head over into SHR Media territory for the Edge of Liberty to close out the night.
There you go. And Rick will be, I'm sure, at least pushing buttons, if not chairing his way through all of that.
Oh, yeah. I'll be third chair for Behind the Enemy Lines, and then second chair for Rick and Morty, and then I finally get to be quiet in the final hour. So there's that.
Yay, just be a button pusher.
Yeah, I have 2 ex-wives. I'm the king of button pushing. Just saying.
He's not the hardest working man in show business for no reason. He might actually get in bed before 2 a.m. tonight.
Yeah, it'll probably be about 1:30 or so by the time I get everything done.
Yeah, look at there. Look at there. Gonna get a little extra sleep.
Yeah, an extra 30 minutes maybe.
Yeah. Enjoy it for the next week or two, because we got through 2.5 weeks before we turn the clocks forward.
Oh, well, yeah, but I actually, for some reason, I've always felt better during that time of year. So
Same.
I'm one of the few people that
Absolutely.
looks forward to the clocks going forward, because everybody else is like, I hate this time of year. I'm like, I
Oh
feel
yeah,
like,
no. I hear it all the time too. Oh, I like this time. I don't want to move the clocks forward. No, screw that. I like my daylight.
right?
And I mean, I understand how it works too. I just don't like having to adjust my schedule around it. It's better to adjust the clock around the schedule than the schedule around the clock.
I just wish they would pick one and stick with it at this point, because technology exists now in such a way that we don't need the damn time change. If you
Exactly.
if you want to keep it in standard time, fine. Eventually, my body will adjust. If you want to keep it in daylight savings time, I would prefer that, and my body wouldn't have to adjust. But especially now that we only do it for like 4 months out of the year,
Well,
because this
there are
happens in like November, and then we change back in March now. So
there are already 27 states that have legislation in place simply waiting for Congress to repeal the what is it, the Standard Time Act or whatever the hell it is.
yes,
And they will be permanently on daylight savings times. 27 states ready to go right now. Could be done tomorrow. Several of them have it worded so that should the feds overturn that ridiculous act, that their law would enact on the next day. So yeah, I mean it's coming. It's coming. And it's going to benefit me this year. I am getting ready to undertake, as I finish up the baseboard in the house and little projects like that I have just a little bit left to go on. I am going to build the new workshop in the backyard, a 16 by 24 workshop I'm going to construct. I'm going to do it myself. Yeah. Hold the applause.
you're gonna do what yourself? I missed something.
I'm going to construct a 16 by 24 workshop.
Oh, that's right. You've talked about this before, because we were joking that when you're done with yours, you're gonna come do mine. So,
Yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Bought the Milwaukee framing nailer gun, and I'm geared up. I'm ready to start, and extra daylight's only going to help. So, and yes, I realize it's not really extra daylight. I know about the sewing the blanket ends, and yeah, I'm good. Trust me, I really am. But it should be fun. I don't expect it to be like a 3-day thing, but I do expect to work on it in probably like 2 and 3 day increments, because this will be a part-time build. I am not taking off from work to build this. I could do it in a week if I did that, I think, but I think that I'm just going to go forward with doing the foundation and decking, and then cover it, and then the next weekend stud the walls out and house wrap it, and then the next weekend rafters, and do roof decking and siding one weekend. Just kind of, I'm not going to push myself to get it done instantly. I've got a guy that's going to come help me do a couple of things I've never done before. I have to frame for a roll-up door, and he has a roofing nail gun, and I don't. So I'm not looking forward to pounding 3,000 nails through shingles by hand. So we're just going to fire up his gun and go to town that way. I'll do the framing, I'll do the floor, I'll do the rafters. I'll even nail the decking down to the rafters. And then, nice roll up door, 2-man project. It's it's a lift. So not that I couldn't do it alone, but I couldn't lift it and stabilize everything the right way, being that it's as tall as it is, some 7.5 to almost 8 feet tall at the top end. So yeah, I mean, good times coming. It's going to be hard work, but it's going to be good work, and it's going to give me a place to do work moving forward. And who knows? I was talking with my daughter, and I was saying, if this shed build goes as well as I hope it does, then maybe I'll just get into the business of building sheds for people, because after researching some of these prefabs, it's ridiculous what they do to people. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't know what it's like where you're at, Rick. I know what state you're in, and I don't know the specific area, but I know generally where you are.
Yeah.
For a 16 by 24 prefab shed, to just order one plain Jane with no extras and have it dropped on my lot, it's 15 grand here.
What did
And
you say the dimension there? 16 by what?
16 by 24. And I'm going to do it as a garage style, so it may come up as a garage instead of a shed, but you could price it either way. They run right at the same. But they know that a lot of people just don't have 15 grand sitting in their back pocket ready to pay cash for these things, so they offer rent to own. And if you take them up on the 48-month option on 15 grand, your payoff after 4 years is $28,300.
So yeah, around here, for the metal version, for a standard, just basically the shed, nothing else, for 16 by 24 is 8710. If you want the wood version, it's 9150. That
Okay.
usually also includes a standard delivery within 50 miles and basic
Wow.
installation.
You got a good deal there. I mean, I am, what can I tell you? I don't know, man. That's a sweet deal. I'd consider buying one at that price.
Well, hell, the DIY kits are in the same price range. I already looked at those too.
Yeah.
So for the DIY kits, they're anywhere between 7 and 11, depending on the material you want. So yeah, in my area, it would be better just to pay the extra couple grand and have them drop the bitch.
Absolutely. But then you don't get to do things like I'm going to do, and I'm going to use stainless steel nails on the entire foundation and floor decking. I am going to put a dozen hurricane anchors into the ground around the perimeter of this thing, because I'm in hurricane zone, so I have to meet all these high wind building code standards. So just I'll be using a lot of structural screws, especially with the rafters. I'll hang my joists, but everything will be anchored, and everything will be super beyond code. And when it's all said and done, I will insulate the inside, and it'll be a work in progress. I need to get the structure done first, and then worry about the niceties after that. But all in all, I'll be into this for somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000. So not bad.
Yeah, I mean that's not terrible, especially for doing all the extra stuff. Yeah, they did say if you wanted one that was fully insulated or customizable, it'd probably be somewhere between 15 to 20. So it's in the same price range.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll be doing a reflective heat barrier in the attic space. if you've ever spent any kind of time along the Gulf Coast in the summer, you'll understand why. Rick, I know you get it. You get some pretty hot stuff up there. Yeah, you don't get quite the humidity we get, I don't think, but I know you get the heat.
Oh, yeah, we get the heat. Our humidity is probably about half of what you get most of the time. Now, this past summer was the exception. Every time I walked out the door, there was anywhere between 90 to 95% humidity. And I thought about texting you, telling you that your weather was drunk in my yard to come get
Yeah, yeah. It's insufferable. I mean, it's like walking outside after just taking a hot, hot, hot shower and wrapping yourself head to toe in a wet blanket and trying to breathe through it. It's suffocating. And as bad as that is, it's just as bad to like go to elevation, like up in the Rockies, and train in the thin air. It's just so different. It's amazing. I don't know. It's fun stuff. Anyway, I digress. So shed project is coming up as soon as I finish the baseboards in the house, and we'll be posting pictures. My daughter wants to. She said if I go into the shed making business in my retirement, that she wants to be my repo gal. Should we have to repo on anybody?
Nice.
And it'd be a good side hustle. But the thing is like I said, a $15,000 shed financed over 4 years comes out to $28,300. I would undercut them on the financing side by half. And that's pretty standard for everybody around here. That's pretty much the going rate. I don't even know what the percentage is. I haven't sat down to do the math, but hell, whatever it is, if I cut it in half, and let's say 15 to 28 is what, $13,000. If I hit them for $6,000 in finance charges, I'd still be making good money. I mean, really, I would. They're just, I don't know, man. It just seems like a ripoff. You're almost paying twice as much for the shed. And it's a shed.
Well, I mean, that's the way this business works, though. I mean, this business model's been around for forever. Look at places like Rent-A-Center and everywhere else where you can't get credit. So you go in here and they give you like 125% markup plus 50% interest.
Yeah,
Same thing with these buy here, pay here car lots. It's just
I get it. I do. And I told my daughter, I said, if I get into the shed building business, I will have a contract and it will be a legally binding thing. I'll have it drawn up properly and I will manufacture the sheds and I will pre-drill holes through the skids underneath the shed. So if it ever has to be repoed, you can just hook a tow cable through the skids and pull it up onto a flatbed and haul ass with it.
Vroom, vroom. But I mean, the whole thing about this, and I've said this before on my show, is everybody talks about how our economy is in the tank. One of the biggest things that killed our economy is everybody's ability to put everything on credit, because it's made everything so much more expensive. Nobody has to come out of pocket for it anymore. They just finance it and they don't think about it. It's the same process as the insurance company. Nobody thinks about the average cost of what your medical care costs anymore, because you get a deductible. Your insurance company says we're going to fight with them to do the rest. And the funny thing is, your insurance company 9 times out of 10 makes you feel like they've taken a loss, because the hospital sends them a $20,000 bill. They settle for 10, when in reality the hospital was only looking for 7.
Yeah.
They were just trying to pad everything for the people that don't have insurance so they can get some of their other shit paid. And I had a friend who showed me the proof. They had a baby recently, and they decided they were going to pay out of pocket, and the hospital forgot. So they sent them an itemized bill for the baby for like $45,000. And he emailed the hospital back and said, "No, remember, we're paying cash." They sent him back a bill for $9,000.
There you go.
Got him a check.
Yeah. Because why fight with the insurance company to get, your $20,000 when you can get $10,000 quick and easy?
And it's just insane to me because that's the part of this that nobody talks about. There are a lot of driving factors that have made our economy trash. Credit is one of them
Oh
because
yeah.
now if you don't have credit, you're a second class citizen and they rake you over the coals. And then even to get your foot in the door with credit, you've got to take on a predatory credit card and hope you take good enough care of it because as soon as you think you figured out how the score stuff works, they change it.
No, credit scores are a scam. Let me tell you, I have a credit score that is one of them. There's three different, main credit.
Uh-oh. As soon as we started telling everybody the truth on credit.
Union and Equifax and FICO. Now, FICO is what they used to call the beacon score for you old timers like me. But anyway, I sit right at 800. It took me a long time to reach that mark, and we made an expenditure and used the credit card to get the points back, the reward points, and this, that, and the other thing. And it was like a $280 purchase, and it in no way it raised my my use of my available credit by 1%. So TransUnion dinged me a point on my credit score. Now, when I tell you that it raised me by 1%, I went from owing $200 to owing $490.
Woof.
Yeah. And they dinged me a point for it. It's a scam. It's an absolute scam. And if you ever get over an 800 credit score, I would think that it has to be near impossible to maintain it. If you even use a credit card for like gas and then pay it off at the end of every month. Yeah, I don't see how you can maintain. They're not going to allow you to get the best credit available out there. And I think that's what it all boils down to. It's a scam to make money for creditors.
Well, and it used to make sense, right? Like it was one of those things where you got a credit card, you used it for small purchases, you paid it off at the end of every month, and it showed them that you could be responsible for your money. But now
Right.
they've got all these different rules where really they prefer that you keep your balances at about 20% of your overall credit limit, that you make your payments on time, that you have variable forms of credit active at any given time. And now, if you decide to pay off a card and cancel it because you got a new one, guess what? That negatively impacts your credit score too.
Yes, it
Because
does.
it changes the amount of time that you've had active credit, even though they can see that you had it the entire time. But since you canceled that card, the entire record of that card goes away.
Exactly.
It's all
And
retarded.
again, it's a complete and utter scam. It truly is. And there's people getting rich off of it, and it is also at the misery of us.
Well, yeah, because the worse your credit score is, the more interest they can charge you.
Sure.
The more and the worse your interest gets the first time you miss a payment or you make a partial payment on top of everything else. I mean, and that's like, when we went and bought this car, I had a 725 credit score. I didn't qualify for Kia financing because my credit score wasn't close enough to what they wanted. I'm like, dude, it's a 725. And keep in mind, this is like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
725 used to be a decent credit score 6 years ago. It
Yeah.
wasn't great, but it was decent. And they were like,
Right.
yeah, no, we're going to have to finance you another way. So now your payment's going to be $425 a month and you're going to have this interest rate. And I'm like, well, I need a car. So fuck it.
Absolutely.
It's either this or go back to one of the buy here, pay here lots. And my payment was going to be about the same anyway. And it wouldn't have been a new car. So
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why I'm still, well, no, that's not why. But I could afford to go buy a new truck if I wanted a new truck. The problem with my new truck is that Toyota no longer makes the 5.7 liter V8 engine. and I like my 5.7 liter V8 engine. So that is why I still have my 2007 Toyota Tundra, and that is exactly why I'm just going to paint and body it and go have the engine overhauled and reworked and keep it.
Well, yeah, this one gets paid off in a year, and I'm gonna wrap it in KLR radio stuff and just drive it till the wheels fall off.
There you go, man. I mean, really, it's just, I have a friend that had the same model Tundra, and he's a driver. He is the opposite of what I do. He's a contractor, and he works like a 5-county area in this part of the state. And he said he traded it in when he crossed 600,000 miles. He said it was running fine. He just had this real uneasy feeling that he was over 600,000 miles, and he just didn't want to get stranded somewhere. So he went and traded it in. And I mean, what better testament? It was still running fine. I was just nervous.
Right?
I'm like I said, I'm the opposite. I live literally a half mile from my office. I drive just over a mile a day. My truck has just hit 150,000 miles, and it's an 07.
Damn.
Now, I drove further earlier in its life, but I'm just to 150,000 miles on it, and it's coming up on almost 20 years now. So,
well, I was kind of panicking for a minute because according to my odometer, I'm sitting at like 90,000, and I've got a 2021. But then I forgot that, because my ex-wife knew she was leaving, she drove it like the wheels were falling off, and then I had to have the engine replaced. So I really only have about 50,000 on the new engine.
Well, there you go.
And the new engine's 5 years old, so I'm averaging about 10,000 miles a year. So that's not terrible because I don't drive very much.
It is not terrible, and that's a good way to be too. I mean, if you don't have to drive, don't drive.
Well, I mean, even before I retired, everything I was doing was basically working from home. Now it's completely work from home. So,
well, and that's a good thing.
Although they are doing CPAC in the Dallas area this year, so I'm thinking about getting creds and driving down because I don't have to fly.
CPAC in Dallas, huh?
Well, it's Vineland or something where the Gaylord is.
Yeah, whatever. It's Dallas.
It's like 20 miles outside of Dallas, so it's close
enough.
Yeah,
it's Dallas. And we just, it
but
is.
Yeah, when I figured out they were doing that down there this year, I was like, you know what? I've been kind of afraid with everything that was happening with the airplanes and everything else. Plus, I always hate the idea of flying into DC in end of February, beginning of March, because you never know if you're going to get in one of those freak snowstorms. And then I'm sitting here and I'm like, I don't have any more money for a hotel. I'm stuck. My plane's not going anywhere. What do I do?
Yep.
And then the airline says, "Act of God. Sorry, sleep on the floor." Fucker.
Either that or, copping awning out on the street with homeless Joe.
I don't want to sleep next to Joe Biden.
Joe Biden was devastated at the passing of Jesse Jackson and passed his condolences along to the family members, Jermaine, Tito, Janet, LaToya.
Oh, remember, he forgot Michael was dead, so he included him too. So.
Yeah. Anyway, so hey, are gas prices up where you're at?
Actually, the last time I filled up, they were still sitting at about $2.22, which for me in the middle of nowhere is not terrible because we always pay about 20 cents more than they have in town. So.
Okay, well, I noticed that mine jumped up about 20 cents over the weekend. We went from like 250 to 270, and then it inched up even a few more pennies beyond that.
Well, I know California's having some refinery issues, so
I know this is that time of year where they start switching to the summer blend and they do their maintenance schedules, and I know they alternate facilities so that they don't have all of them down at the same time. But production is going to be a little low. Usually takes about 6 weeks to shake all that out, and should be back to normal after that. And there are probably some slight mitigating factors in the geopolitical influences on the crude market, but mostly this is about refinery issues and the switch to the summer blend coming out of winter. Heating oil not needed nearly as much right now. So, as evidenced by the warm spell of weather that a lot of the country is experiencing right now.
Yeah, unless you're, where is it that they've had like 16 inches of snow in the last day or so?
Good Lord, somewhere in the Northeast, maybe?
I think they mentioned Duluth or something that was like,
Oh, Minnesota? No one
having like
cares
some
about
sort of
Minnesota.
blizzard or something. But anyway.
Yeah. Anyway.
Anyway.
So, I see that the Republican National Committee and the National Republican Congressional Committee and 2 Republican congressmen have all jointly filed a lawsuit against the state of Virginia and the Democrats there, challenging their redistricting ballot initiative as deceptively worded, unconstitutional, and a violation of state code. Papers filed in Tazewell County, Virginia.
Dun, dun, dun.
So we shall see if the communist Abigail Spamberger is going to get her way or not.
We shall see. We shall see.
And of course, well, you know what? Hey, we're just past the bottom of the hour. You want to do the break?
Yeah, I was about to say we should probably take one because I won't get to take one again until Amish and I do one.
Let's take the break. Let's take the break. We'll be back in about 4. We'll finish it up then.
All right, we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Yeah, what he said.
What you doing? I've been jumping through some hoops. Wanna get my body loose. Wanna tell you what to do. I've been running.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
My son was in the Army back during Desert Storm, but even then he wanted an MBA. He looked at a dozen schools, but only one offered the online education and flexibility he needed while he was in a tent in Iraq. Grantham University. Turns out that Grantham's been delivering affordable, relevant college and advanced degrees for over 65 years. Heck, if they can deliver a quality education to a soldier in a tent overseas, think about the flexibility Grantham can offer you so you can earn your degree too. It doesn't matter how complicated or full your life is. If getting a degree is on your bucket list, you'll want to do what my son did. You'll want to call Grantham. Find out how easy it is to get started on your education so you can check that college degree off your bucket list. Call Grantham right now, 800-910-1370. That's 800-910-1370. Flexible, affordable, relevant. Call 800-910-1370.
Attention business owners and independent contractors. This is a money-saving message from Tax Mediation Services. If your business owes $20,000 or more in taxes, we can help you today, right now. Listen, dealing with the IRS is no picnic. It's an intimidating and extremely stressful process, and you don't want to go it alone. Our attorneys know every law, every tax break, and every possible opportunity to help you resolve and reduce your tax debt. And if you owe more than $20,000, you may be at the top of their hit list. So don't take your tax debt lightly, because it will not go away on its own. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, your home, and even shut down your business. Call our tax experts today at 1-800-783-0810 and let us deal with the IRS while you focus on your business. That's 1-800-783-0810. Again, that's 800-783-0810.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
All right. Yeah, you had me scared there for a minute. I didn't know if it was me or you.
No, it was me. The bathroom closer to my studio was occupied, so it took me a second longer to get back than I had accounted for.
That's all right. Okay, so look, the big thing going on this week has been the big Munich, we'll call it get together, because politicians don't have enough ways to waste taxpayer dollars. We have to go overseas and have talks with one another instead of doing it here. And let me just go ahead and if you haven't seen the AOC speech and her glory, we'll call it, let me just go ahead and tell you that AOC is to strategic thinkers what Katy Perry is to astronauts.
Just think that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden had a love child, and that's
I mean, and it's funny you say that, because we've got just a sentence away here. She projects all of the authority of an international relations 101 student who didn't realize that there was going to be a pop quiz before spring break. She sounds as if she watched the 2024 Kamala Harris campaign and concluded that what sank the vice president was that the candidate's policy answers were much too substantive and precise. There's no way, judging by her performance in Germany, that AOC is going to let herself make those same mistakes. I guarantee it. She critiqued Secretary of State Marco Rubio's remarkable speech at the conference for being, quote unquote, a pure appeal to Western culture, which she rendered with air quotes as though its existence is somehow in doubt. It is certainly true, as she said, that cultures change over time. But this doesn't alter the reality of Western distinctiveness as it has developed over a couple of millennia. Millennia? Really?
I mean, she said it, so it's got to be true.
I guess. AOC seemed to consider it a provocation that Rubio had talked about Western culture when discussing a Western alliance, NATO, that was founded to defend, quote unquote, Western countries from a totalitarian menace emanating from a Eurasian behemoth. In fact, the secretary's speech was well received and persuasively set out the common history of Europe and the United States. The AOC rejoinder was that she called alleged Western values illusory because they haven't always defined our interactions with, quote, air quotes again, the global South. Yes, and I think she was referring to Venezuela, because she said Venezuela was below the equator in a different speech, which of course Venezuela does not even touch the equator. It is fully north of the equator. Yes, it is close, but it does not touch the equator. Miss Brilliance there. The best formula for success for underdeveloped countries around the world, the global south, as it were, would be for them to westernize in the sense of embracing the rule of law, property rights, markets, and stable representative government. AOC also said that culture is thin compared to concrete economic interess. This belief that material considerations trump cultural ones, from religious faith to national identity, is an old Marxist chestnut that has proved false over and over again. At the outset of World War I, the AOCs of the time believed that the working classes of the various combatant countries would unite and oppose the conflict. As it happened, they backed the war efforts of their own nations. The average American worker has nothing in common with a Chinese worker, or for that matter, a French or German worker. AOC is hoping for, in effect, a fourth international as the Federation of Class-Based U.S. Foreign Policy, Democratic Socialists of the World Unite. Yeah. A childish fantasy at best, and it wasn't even the least impressive thing she said in Munich. Yeah, exactly. Asked whether the U.S. should defend.
Oh, wait, I think you might be back now.
What's that?
Are you back now?
Oh, am I back? Did I go away?
Yeah, right as you said U.S. defend, I think.
Okay. Yeah, she was asked whether the U.S. should defend Taiwan in the event of a Chinese attack. She hesitated and stumbled as though the question had never occurred to her previously, before delivering a word salad and avoiding the question altogether. She objected to our operation to grab Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela. According to AOC, we undertook it, quote, just because the nation is below the equator. Yeah, as we just covered previously, it is not. Does not touch the equator. It is completely north of the equator. She poured scorn on Rubio's statement that American cowboy culture was born in Spain, apparently not realizing he was wholly correct about it.
I mean, probably not best to argue with the dude with the last name Rubio about where cowboys came from.
I mean,
First name Marco, last name Rubio, probably not the best guy to argue with.
Yeah. I mean, really, is AOC young and charismatic? Yes. Does she probably have a long career ahead of her in politics? Probably, if she wants to stay in it, because she's in a district that is full-blown socialist mode. And, until Chavez rises from the grave to run against her, I don't see anybody taking her job, unless, when a Democrat does take power again, and it will happen, whether next time or the time after or whenever, maybe she moves up. Scary. And she says she has no plans to land a job at the State Department. She says she doesn't need to be a Prince Metternich or even Anthony Blinken. Yet her time at the Munich conference was another reminder that no matter how much she is billed as a rising star, she is still callow and unserious. If AOC knows what she doesn't know, she doesn't seem to particularly care. And her casual disregard for Western culture is symptomatic of a left that, to its shame, considers its own civilization an affront and a lie. That's what we have in Congress, folks. That is exactly what we have in Congress. Other big news. Two major hospital organizations, New York University Langone and Bay State Health, both announced this week that they will no longer provide quote unquote gender affirming care for patients under the age of 18 years.
As it should be.
As it should be, yes. We are not going to continue the mutilation of the genitalia of children. It's ridiculous. And there's a caveat at the end of this, and we'll get there. Trust me, quickly too, because we're getting short on time. The change in both cases was driven by concerns that continuing to offer gender affirming care to patients under 18, despite the well-documented negative consequences associated with the procedures, might endanger the system's Medicaid, Medicare eligibility. NYU Langone is a major Manhattan hospital, and Bay State Health is the largest healthcare system in Western Massachusetts. Both previously maintained robust treatment programs for gender dysphoric youth. However, given the recent departure of our medical director, coupled with the current regulatory environment, they have made the difficult decision to discontinue their transgender youth health program. Well, because it's not health, it's a butchery. Bay State Health sent a letter earlier this month to parents and guardians saying it will continue to offer counseling to gender dysphoric minors, but the hospitals will no longer prescribe puberty blockers or gender affirming hormone treatments. And NYU Langone said that it will continue its counseling program as well. Bay State will transfer its minor transgender patients to Trans Health, a local center offering the services, to continue their prescriptions. This decision offers patients the specialized expertise and continuity of care that they think they need and deserve, and reflects the evolving regulatory landscape that threatens hundreds of millions of dollars in hospital funding. Don't mutilate children and you can keep getting funded. That's pretty simple.
You would think, but apparently not. So what do I know?
However, 70% of Bay State Health patients rely on Medicaid, Medicare, and preserving access to care for these individuals and all others in the community is a responsibility they say they take seriously. I cannot believe that, considering that they mutilated children, thinking that they take care of patients seriously. Some Manhattan politician is just completely outraged by this. Just outraged, you know. I remember a time when we could mutilate children and nobody said boo about it. Well, yeah. Okay. The big key goes down to where did it go? Supporters of continuing to offer puberty blockers, hormone therapy, and gender-related surgeries often overlook recent systemic reviews from organizations such as HHS and the UK's CAS review, which was commissioned by the NHS. The CAS review, for example, found major concerns regarding giving children puberty blockers and other gender interventions, and also showed that counseling ended up directing 80% to their proper birth assigned gender following counseling. They ultimately made their way back to what they were supposed to be on their own. And in that vein, Britain has now stopped all gender affirming care for surgeries and whatnot like that. They go through extensive counseling. And if after the age of 18, they are still intent, then and only then do they even consider taking on that care. And just as a red light flashing, the Kansas legislature today overrode the Democratic governor's veto and enacted a law that bans men from women's restrooms, defines male and female at birth, requires accurate listing of male or female on driver's license and birth certificates, and both the Senate and the House in Kansas have overridden the governor. So that is now law in Kansas. And now for the happy ending. We actually have a double dipper. A good Samaritan said he thanked the good Lord that he was close at hand when a mother driving with her kids suffered a seizure and hurtled off the road into a canal. What started as a calm Sunday drive turned into anything but when a glance into his rearview mirror left Casey Curtis shocked. A car that had been following him quickly accelerated, veered to the right, and flew off the road into the bushes. Halting near the scene of the accident, Curtis jumped out of his car and followed the tire marks while calling 911. Beyond several meters of roadside brush, he came to a Jeep flipped upside down, half submerged in water. I got to the car, opened the door. There were 3 kids sitting there staring at me, helpless. Aged 8, 2, and 4 months, crying for help, and their mother's head was submerged below the water. He quickly got the kids out and onto the bank before immersing himself up to his chest in the canal water to save the driver. Got mom's head out of the water. She wasn't breathing. I gave her a breath quickly, and she started breathing again. Amazing. First responders arrived at the site of the accident on Alapata Road in Martin County and rushed the family of 4 to the hospital. An extended family member said the 3 children were mercifully unharmed, but their mother remained hospitalized on a ventilator. Curtis was thankful that he was just in the right place at the right time and that he was glad to help. Folks, that's what you call a hero right there. And then the other bit of good news, if you want to know how seriously Florida takes their manatees, on February 9th, SeaWorld in Orlando received a call that there was an exhausted manatee stuck in a storm drain that needed immediate help. Arriving on scene, rescuers quickly confirmed that the juvenile male had entered the storm drain and didn't know how to escape. Crews cut through the concrete and several feet of soil to reach the baffle box, which had to be partially destroyed to get the manatee out. Authorities believe he swam into the storm drain seeking warmth during a recent cold snap. The rescue lasted several hours before the 410-pound marine mammal was transported to SeaWorld's Rescue and Rehab Center. This facility rescued 56 manatees in 2025, and this young male is already the 7th of this new year. After an examination, it was determined he was significantly underweight and showed signs of skin lesions that told of a struggle against the concrete baffle box. 3 days later, SeaWorld sent out word that the unfortunate was showing signs of improvement, breathing on his own, moving independently, and showing interest in food. The quote from SeaWorld, "Our animal care team is awaiting lab results, which will guide the care plan for this manatee and the next steps. And our goal is to stabilize, rehabilitate rescued manatees so they can ultimately be returned to the wild once deemed healthy and stable by the zoo teams." And just an FYI, there are 2 recognized subspecies of the West Indian manatee. One is the Florida manatee, and the other is the Italian manatee, just in case you need to know that for, Trivial Pursuit or something of the sort. And my friends, that's a happy ending. That's it. That's the show. If you like it, tell your friends. If they like it, you need new ones. But they and you are always welcome on Wednesday nights right here on KLRN Radio, streaming live on X for the Conservative Curmudgeon Show. I'm your host, The Grouch, and I didn't get too surly tonight, did I? Damn it, I didn't. Peace.
There's always next week.
Yeah. Damn it.
All right, folks, hang out for Behind the Enemy Lines coming up next right here live on KLR Radio. Then we'll be back over here with Rick and Orty after that. Then we're heading over into SHR Media territory. I'll be with you till about midnight, so keep it locked.
I hate this place. Nothing works here. The medications don't work. I've been here for 7 years.
Here's to you, feel the grass, 'cause the last few nights have kicked my ass. And thank you for your help. Time to go fuck themselves. Cause here's to us, here's to us, to us. Here's to us, here's to us. Here's to us.
And you are now behind enemy lines. Hey there, how you doing, everybody? Gene Baradelli here with you. The gang is all here, but I did a little homework and I did some intros for people. So let's bring in my part right now.
Yeah. Is this moron number one? Put moron number two on the phone.
Yeah, Jimmy, he's right here. Hold on.
Hey there, how you doing, pal?
Brilliant. That's a classic in our lives. I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, we used to post stuff, and now we've moved on to video. So let's do it, right?
So fucking funny. And for the record, Gene is moron number one. I'm his trusty sidekick.
Yes, you are the shit. You're moron number two, baby. Speaking of Rick Robinson, let's bring him in now.
So I want to
That
thank
would be
you all
me.
for being here. And now, who am I introducing next? Who's next?
That's because I was getting ready to pop over to your show, but I was still. That would be
Rick
me
Robinson
at the same time.
Hey,
so.
what were you
How you-
doing when you like popped in before and you talking to other people, not listening to us?
That's because I was getting ready to pop over to your show, but I was still running buttons for Gene at the same time. So.
Oh, okay. Apparently, there's more than one Gene in his life.
So Gene, you just let anybody onto the show? Did we check this guy ID, his birth certificate?
No.
I want to verify.
Wow, you're bringing in the topic already. We're going to be talking about voter ID when the show kicks off, but before we get to all the fun and shenanigans of that stuff, I just want to remind you guys to, hey, check us out, like, comment, share, subscribe, all that good stuff that you do for every other channel you visit. We certainly appreciate and love all the support we get here. We're going to be talking about the SAVE Act, the Save America Act, voter ID, and all the hubbub surrounding it. Listen, guys, this is my wheelhouse. I've been a proponent of voter ID since at least 2013. And when I first wrote about it, I was advocating for it as part of the City Bar Association and the People's Republic of New York City. Obviously, it went nowhere. But voter ID to me has been an issue that I've been very passionate about. So I'm really looking forward to this discussion.
Gene, coincidentally, Gene was also a Patriots fan before Tom Brady joined the team.
Okay. I will not allow any slander
I was happy
on
Freddie
this
was gonna
show.
say Jets for a
I
second
have
there.
been
I was
and
gonna put- I was
always
gonna let
shall
him know
be
about JD's
a New
support
York
group for
Giants
Jets
fan.
fans.
All right,
Oh, God.
44-6 in the trap, baby. We're coming for it all next year. I'm telling you right now.
I was half afraid he was gonna say Jets for a second there. I was gonna let him know about JD's support group for Jets fans.
Oh God, Jets fans need it, especially after this year. My goodness. Hey, Galloway, what is this acronym in your screen name?
You should have put that in there too.
That stands for nothing can stop what is coming.
like
Buckle up,
it's all in there.
boys. Nothing can stop it.
Oh boy, so you're one of those
If
tonight.
you know, you know.
You should have put that in there too, off to the side. I like hey, that way it's all in there.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Well, you can always fix it while I'm going to do a little bit of a monologue here, guys. I want to frame the issue going forward. So what you're seeing on the screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, everybody in between, is a caricature portraying Boss Tweed from the People's Republic of New York City, a Republican, by the way. On the bottom, you make there from William Boss Tweed from 1871. It says, "As long as I count the votes, what are you going to do about it?" Say, history shows that for as long as the right to vote has existed, that right has been threatened. This Thomas Nast, one of the great American caricaturists, portraying Boss Tweed leaning against a pedestal on which stands the ballot, symbolizes a dark time in late 19th century America where the playing field of politics was leveraged by party bosses and machine politics at the expense of you, the voters. Tammany Hall. Fast forward to present day, and election integrity remains a contemporary concern. Specifically, a trend towards voter identification has been going on for at least the past 12 to 15 years. Even I've seen videos going back to 1987 with Mitch McConnell talking about it, for God's sakes. But what should be a debate about preserving the integrity of our electoral system has been hijacked by the politics of division. Now, last I checked, 34 states have adopted some kind of voter ID law, and back when I checked was over 10 years ago. It's probably more now, with some very different variations. States have what they call strict voter ID laws. Voters cast a ballot, but voters cannot cast a ballot without first presenting an ID. If they cannot, they're given a provisional ballot that are kept from the regular ballots. And if the voter returns and shows an ID a couple of days later, their vote will be counted. Other states have what is called non-strict voter ID laws. Provisions of this are states where voters are permitted to sign attesting to their identity, and poll workers may vouch for that voter's identity if they know him or her. Then you have the debate between photo ID and non-photo ID, which is pretty self-explanatory. I want to read one more quote, and then we're going to get the discussion started here about the Save America Act. This is a quote from an American University bipartisan commission on federal election reform that was chaired by Democrat Jimmy Carter and Republican James Baker. Quote, "The electoral system cannot inspire public confidence if no safeguards exist to deter or detect fraud or to confirm, I should say, the identity of voters. Photo IDs currently are needed to board a plane, enter federal buildings, and cash a check. Voting is equally important." And with that, gentlemen, I'll open up the floor to you guys, and let's talk voter ID. Ross, is there anything I said that you disagree with?
No, of course not. And I'm waiting for the chat to build up a little bit here because I want to hear from our normal losers. What is the argument against voter ID now? I have a couple of them written down here. I can't wait for them to be brought up. But of course, there's nothing wrong with what you just said. You can't go to the DNC convention without an ID, right? For the party that doesn't believe in IDs or borders, Like they certainly use it at their own events.
So two
right?
things.
That's
When
them.
the first
Now
time
I want to hear
ever
from the
had a
useful
team go to
idiots
the
in the chat.
Republican
Come on,
National
guys.
Convention,
Oh,
Tell
they'll
us
be
why
had
voter
to
ID is
pass
wrong.
an FBI
I'm sure they'll be around
background check
soon. Go
before
ahead,
they
Rick.
were given press
Rick, your
credentials.
opening statement for us, if
Second
you
thing
would,
I would like
please.
to point out is all the
sir.
Democrats in
So two
Congress that are
things.
saying
When
voter
the
ID
first
is
time I
racist
ever
and-
had a
and
team go to the
sexist
Republican
have to
National
insert a
Convention,
photo ID
they
be
had
able
to
vote
pass an
in the
FBI
machines they
background
use to
check
tabulate
before they
their
were given
votes.
press
So
credentials.
they're being retarded.
Second
My
thing I would
final
like to
thought
point
for
out is all
moment
the Democrats
it's
in
funny how
Congress
they've
that are
changed all
saying
this to
voter ID is
sexism, and now
racist
you have the
and
awfuls,
sexist have
the
to
same
insert
group
a
that
photo
30
ID to
years
be
ago,
able to
40 years
vote
ago,
in the machines
if-
they use
I'm sorry,
to
let me do the
tabulate
math
their
better.
votes.
Probably closer
So
to
they're
50
being
years ago.
retarded.
We're
My
seeing
final
everything you
thought for
can
the
do, I
moment
can do better.
is it's
Now
funny how
everything
they've
you can
changed
do, I
all
can
this
do
to
better, except
sexism,
for
and now you
getting
have
ID.
the awfuls,
Can't do
you know,
that.
the same group that
What
30
the
years
hell?
ago, 40 years ago, if I'm sorry, let me do the math better, probably closer to 50 years ago, we're singing everything you can do, I can do better. It's now everything you can do, I can do better, except for getting ID. Can't do that. What the hell?
Absolutely crazy.
Yeah,
Absolutely
Gene,
crazy.
Hold on, don't go to the next thing yet. I was going to save some of this, but let me just touch on since he brought it up. And Rick is spot on here, right? I love how it went from voter ID is racist because black people are too dumb to get IDs to now it is sexist because women are too dumb to get IDs. First of all, it's married women, right? Not too many libs get married on their side. They're mostly green-haired lesbians, right? Let's just be real, and trans, right? So they're not getting married and change. And the ones that do get married rarely change their last name. So I'm pretty sure conservative women don't need the Democrats to stick up for them on this one. And then, second of all, this is my own personal opinion. I'm a fan of repealing the 19th Amendment and not letting women vote at all anyway, to begin with, right? So, the harder it is for them to vote, I don't really care. More than 50% of them vote for Democrat, and that's probably why the Democrats are worried
Of
about
course, you're
this, to be
always the
honest.
nonconformist. But,
Well,
can
Daisy
you
Freedom
maybe
Fighter
have
says
wardrobe
that the
get a little
Democratic
powder
Party
on that
is
forehead
over,
of yours? This
and I
kind of
think
got a
that
little
remains
glare
to be
going on,
seen.
please.
I'm debating hat or no hat. I think I'm going no hat because you guys are going hat. I want to be the nonconformist of the group.
Of course, you're always the nonconformist. But can you maybe have wardrobe get a little powder on that forehead of yours? This kind of got a little glare going on, please.
Wait. Okay, for those of you watching the horizontal view and maybe see Chuck Schumer's chin right below me, hang on a second. We were doing this before. That's for you. Okay, so one of the main proponents of the Save America Act is Senator Mike Lee of Utah, and I'm going to let him frame the debate here.
Lee joins me now. Senator Lee, you are on this. Every day you have been on this, and I've watched you aggregate 50 co-sponsors for the Save America Act. So now the question is, when does this get a vote?
We need a vote as soon as possible, Kaylee, because the American people demand elections that are secure. Right now, they're not. Look at what's happened. Over the last 4 years, we had an estimated 10 to 15 million people come into this country. Meanwhile, we've got a law called the NVRA that makes it far too easy, especially as it's been interpreted in recent years by the courts, far too easy for people to just go in, apply for a driver's license. You can do that as a non-citizen in almost every state. Check a box, sign your name, and with no additional identification required, and not even allowed under the court's interpretation of the NVRA. States aren't even allowed to ask to verify citizenship. And so,
by the way, what he's talking about is the National Voter Registration Act, also known as the Motor Voter Law, that was adopted federally, where states can combine the process of getting your driver's license or getting your non-driver ID and registering for you to vote. Want to grab this chat from Gary McLean. Welcome to the show. Hope you are liking, sharing, subscribing, and all that. I live in what you determine as a very liberal state in Washington. You poor bastard. You're like me in the People's Republic of New York. And we have voter ID. It's just another diversion from the reality that the economy stinks. Now, Democrats are making that argument, by the way, that this whole Save America Act is a distraction from the Epstein files. It's a distraction from the economy. It's a distraction from everything bad about Donald Trump. I just want to go to another clip. I'm going to go to another clip, but first, Ross, Senator Lee was basically outlining a scheme whereby there is little to no verification by states who choose not to verify to just register mass of people to vote.
Yes, let me touch on that. I'm just going to jump to the distraction piece you mentioned, or the comment mentioned.
Sure.
So yeah, it is what the distraction is not necessarily from the economy. They want the Republicans to do the standing filibuster or the speaking filibuster where they have to grind the Senate to a halt and accomplish nothing else. Now, it's not like the Senate is passing lots of laws, because they're not, right? I think they passed 2 substantive bills since Donald Trump has been president for the second time. What they want to do is gum up the works to stop him from appointing any more federal judges. That is the last section of the government that the left fully dominates, is that the district and circuit court federal judges. Now, going back to what Senator Lee was talking about, you have the motor voter registration. The problem is, right, like in states like New York, you can get a driver's license actually without providing a first name, let alone whether or not they know you're a citizen, right? You can get a driver's license from states like New York. Then you could also register to vote, and the only piece of information you provide when you register is the last 4 digits of your supposed social security number, right? There is no, people think that the DMV coordinates with the Board of Elections and they actually verify if you're a citizen. They do not. You sign an attestation on the bottom under penalty of perjury stating that you are in fact a citizen and authorized to vote, and no one checks, right? The Democrats know what's coming. They are going to. It's not few and far between. I say there are upwards of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people illegally on the voter rolls in this country. Prove me wrong.
Rick, I want to get your reaction to this comment from Nicole. 3 forms of ID, piece of mail, prove you are from here,
No,
birth
because,
certificate, driver's license,
to go back to the
etc.
person from
Is there
Washington who
anything
pointed out that
about
they
the
have
Save
voter
America
ID.
Act
The problem is a lot of
and
states have voter
the
ID, but they don't,
ID
like Ross
requirement
was
that
pointing out a second ago,
concerns you?
they don't make you verify that you are a citizen. There's a little
No,
box that you
because
check that says, I affirm that I am a
to go
US
back to the
citizen and I
person
do
from
this under
Washington who
penalty
pointed
of
out that they
perjury.
have voter
And
ID.
then nobody
The
ever
problem
gets
is a lot
charged
of
with
states have
perjury
voter
when they
IDs,
find out that
but they
lied.
don't, like
So
Ross
nobody
was pointing
cares.
out a second ago,
So,
they
so
don't
it's,
make
it's
you
not
verify
about
that
the
you are a
ID
citizen.
portion.
There's a little
It's
box
about
that
the
you
being
check
able
that
to
says, I
verify that
affirm
you
that I
are
am
an
a U.S.
actual
citizen and I
to
do
make
this
sure that
under
you
penalty
are
of
allowed to
perjury.
have access
And
to
then
our
nobody
federal
ever gets charged
elections,
with perjury when they
which
find out
does
that they lied.
unfortunately require
So nobody cares.
additional forms
So,
of
so it's not
identification,
about
such
the
as birth
ID
certificate
portion.
and
It's
passport.
about the
But all
being
this
able to
idea that it's
verify
a
that
poll
you are an
tax
actual
and that it
citizen to
violates
make sure
this
that you
amendment and
are
that
allowed to have
amendment.
access to
If
our
you are an
federal
adult in
elections,
this country
which
and
does
you already don't
unfortunately
have the
require
documentation
additional
that you
forms
need to
of
verify that you are who
identification,
you
such
say
as
you
birth
are,
certificate,
then you're not
passport.
actually an
But all
adult
this
and you
idea
need to
that it's
learn
a
how to
poll
be one.
tax and that it violates this amendment and that amendment, if you are an adult in this country and you already don't have the documentation that you need to verify that you are who you say you are, then you're not actually an adult and you need to learn how to be one.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second as well. I just want to get to this comment from Daisy. I went to the DMV and they changed my party to Dem in 2018. And then, I'm assuming that's 2019, not 2029, unless you are from the future. The Dems want my mom, who passed away in 2018, damn, that sucks, to vote in 2020. Yeah, I mean, these are some of the dirty tricks that people play. Now, I want to get to what Rick was saying about having ID. And I want to talk to also to the point about what Gallery was talking about here. Ross, I don't know if you remember this, but back when you and I were working in politics in the People's Republic of New York, Project Veritas and James O'Keefe undertook an undercover project where voters surreptitiously filmed Election Day that they claimed the need for voter ID. And also the election, there was I think it was a conflict of interest board tried to do a mock registration where they tried to put in phony people, dead people, people who were fictitious to register the vote to see how many ballots would be caught. And I think it was 51 out of 54 of those fake registration applications got through the system. So when people talk about voter ID being needed for fraud and fraud happens so infrequently, I think people don't realize that nobody really investigates for voter ID because there has to be some indicia that something's going wrong. But the way that the registration process works, at least that we know of, it's just pro forma. You fill out the form, you attest, and then you move on, and nobody bats an eye about it. And there's no investigation because nobody's prompted to do an investigation.
And who would do it, right? The federal government doesn't do it. The states, there's no incentive for a blue state to investigate voter fraud if the elections are turning out the way they want them to. Those investigations are very time consuming and they're difficult to do, right? I have to prove that you actually voted. I have to prove that you knew you weren't a citizen. I have to prove that you were the one that actually registered and the one that actually cast a vote, right? It's very difficult to prove, unlike the Epstein files where everyone's just guilty because their name was mentioned, to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that somebody cast an illegal vote in an election, you need evidence, real evidence, not just a vote was cast, that person that you're arresting was the one that did it. How do you do that?
And by the way, I actually, let me correct myself. It was the New York State Department of Investigation that did a sting where poll workers were offered to hand imposters ballots so that they could vote. None of those imposters voted, but again, it was 51 out of 54 imposters that showed up and they were given ballots. Rick, one thing I want to talk to you about, because I think you mentioned, it's not really hard to get an ID. I've seen many studies on this. One particular study from American University surveyed voters in Maryland, Indiana, and Mississippi, a nice cross-section of different regions of the country, different economic stances, and they found that less than 0.5% of respondents had neither a photo ID nor citizenship documentation. Not 5%, 0.5%.
Well, does that really surprise you?
Nothing shocking there, but yet Democrats want to argue
around the entire country
that there are so many people out there that are so disadvantaged that they don't have citizenship documentation or even a photo ID. It's crazy.
Well, does that really surprise you when they want 0.3% of the population to run the entire country?
Okay, point blank and period, you got it.
And Gene, when they throw the poll tax, which is hilarious, right? What's stopping states from issuing free IDs or free copies of birth certificates to get people to comply with the federal law? What's stopping that?
How about this? You have Motor Voter, right? You have access to the DMV database, right? Create a postcard. Put their identification photo on it. You can mail it right to the voter, rip it off, and bring it with you to the ballot. It's crazy. Meanwhile, I want to. Here come the trolls, baby. I love it. Yes. Dear God, says E-Dog. Great name, by the way. Hope you guys are subscribing. Hope you're liking. Hope you're sharing this video with your friends and all that good stuff. We want to get as many people in live stream as possible. Please give MAGA the strength to not whine about something for one day. Just 24 hours of peace. Oh, Lord. Amen. First of all, shocked that you're praying because you are complaining about MAGA. But you are echoing, he or she, E-Dog, you are echoing the sentiments expressed on CNN recently that I have so many clips in here, it's ridiculous. Here it is. You're echoing this buffoon.
Spend time talking about this for the next 6 months?
I think election integrity is critically important to talk about.
I'm being serious. Economy, yes. Venezuela, Iran, do Republicans want to spend their time on this as they're literally getting booed at events over ICE?
Yes, they should spend their time on this. The president came out yesterday, emphatically endorsed the Save America Act, which is sponsored by Senator Mike Lee and Chip Roy. That is a key priority for them right now, and I think that they will spend time on it, Audie, because we know we have a situation in this country where election integrity, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, depending on who wins or loses an election, you have doubts about the outcome.
So thanks for being the meme there, E-Dog. We really appreciate that. And it turns out, Ross, that voters actually do care about voter ID, as seen on all places on CNN, where it was revealed, and this number's been getting around everywhere, 83% of Americans are in favor of photo ID, broken down 95% of Republicans and 71% of Democrats.
And we've joked around about these stats in the past about other issues, but this is literally the 80-20 issue, right? The definition of one.
This is the definition of one.
I mean, if the Democrats, and not the Democrats, I'm sorry, because I confuse the parties sometimes because they're so alike. If the Republicans don't actually stick to their guns on this one and go down to the mat on this fight, then there is no point of the Republican Party. Like I keep saying, right? They will lose the midterms if they don't fight this fight specifically, right? They allowed the Democrats to shut the government or a partial shutdown again, right? So if we're not going to fight for this, for the very survival of the Republic, then what are we going to fight for?
Absolutely. Folks, start smashing that thumbs up button. Let people know you're here. Get into the chat with us. These are all ways to help grow, not only grow the channel, but to bring more of your allies into the discussion. So all you haters out there, hit that thumbs up. Let people know you're here. You can bring them in. People that like us, do the same thing. We can get more comments like this from the Poop Guy. Awesome name. Nice. Just an awesome name. The hilarious thing is the majority of Republicans don't have passports, which you would need under the stupid act, LOL. You don't necessarily need a passport. You just need to show proof of citizenship. You can show, and by the way, this is for people that are going to be registering going forward. That would be a birth certificate.
And Gene, by the way, that's an important distinction, right? You don't need to bring your birth certificate to the voting booth. You need to prove your citizenship to register. And then going forward,
especially if you're a
once
woman,
that's verified,
copy
you
of
just
your
need to
marriage
prove that you
license
are you
and the DNA and
going
blood type of
forward
your
when you go to
firstborn
vote.
child to be able
Right?
to vote. And that's the part the
not
Democrats
to
are being
register to vote,
completely
but to actually go to
disingenuous
the
about,
polling
because they make it
place,
sound like
right?
you got to
Like, you
bring
need all of these
your
things.
passport,
And,
your birth
Tracy,
certificate, especially if you're a
you can
woman,
start talking
copy
about
of your
how we
marriage
look when
license
you put down
and
the
the DNA
Pringles
and
and
blood
get off
type
the
of your
couch.
firstborn child to be able to vote. Not to register to vote, but to actually go to the polling place. They're acting like you need all of these things. And Tracy, you can start talking about how we look when you put down the Pringles and get off the couch. Okay.
Oh, Tracy, you stooping to that level? Oh, that's sad. You got nothing to say, but you got to stoop to that level. This is, as Galloway said, one of those 80-20 issues out there. And it's not just us saying it. It's CNN.
Just so people understand, is the idea that someone shows a photo ID when they go to vote, when they go to cast their actual ballot, because there's a separate discussion right now about needing a passport or a birth certificate to register to vote, but the polling is all on voter ID showing an ID to vote.
Showing a photo ID to vote, and the American people are with Nicki Minaj, because what are we talking about here?
Please do.
Yeah, by the way, did you guys see that whole Nicki Minaj thing?
Oh, yeah, it was awesome.
Ross, should I play that clip to give context to our people about what's going on with that?
You should definitely play it. We got Nicki Minaj. You got to play that.
Please do.
Saying they may press forward and try to push this act forward that's passed the House. Take a listen to the polling on voter ID.
Okay, we're gonna skip over that because I don't want to ruin it. I want to get to this part right here.
What sensible, forward-thinking, cutting-edge leading nation is having a debate on whether or not there should be voter ID? Like, question mark. They're actually fighting not to have people present ID while voting for your leaders. Do you get it? Do you get it now?
We won, Nicki Minaj. We won. Oh my goodness. It's amazing.
Not really, just disowning her, so it doesn't
Well,
matter.
no, listen. Honestly, I could give a shit what celebrities think about anything. But other people seem to care about that. So when Nicki Minaj, I gotta get her name right one day. When Nicki Minaj is out there talking about voter ID, people are standing up and listening. And now that you know that Nicki Minaj might be the savior of voter ID passing because it's so popular, let's run the numbers every which way we can, by party, duration of time, by race. Check this out.
Take a look here. Favor voter ID to vote. Look, I got all this polling on the screen going back since 2018. You'll notice on all of it, it's all north of 75%, 76%, 76%, 76%, 81%, and then 83% in the last year of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj. They favor photo ID to be able to vote.
What about by party? What's the party breakdown?
Yeah, normally you might expect, hey, there'd be a big divide by party with Republicans really for it and Democrats really against it. But not really here. I mean, just take a look here. Favor photo ID to vote. You got 95% of Republicans, pretty much all of them, but even 71% of Democrats favor photo ID to vote. So again, Nicki Minaj posting that on X, and what you see is that the American people, actually, it's not really all that controversial. The American people are with Nicki Minaj, whether they are Republican or even if they are Democrats. We're talking about 7 in 10 Democrats agreeing with Nicki Minaj that you, in fact, should show a voter photo ID to vote.
Now, hang on a second here. We have a convert. Poop Guy is okay with ID, but a driver's license should be enough. Hey, Poop Guy, it is enough.
It is
There's
enough.
a different standard for registering to vote going
I
forward.
want to say one thing real quick.
And proving who you are when
everybody
you show up
seems
at the
shocked
polls.
that, after 2020,
And a driver's
both of
license
the
is
numbers
good enough.
surged
Or a
up
non-driver
for voter
ID
It's
is
because
good enough.
between 2016,
Welcome
2020, and
aboard.
2024, now both So parties. I want to say one thing real quick because everybody seems shocked that after 2020, both of the numbers surged up for voter ID. It's because between 2016, 2020, and 2024, now both parties think at least one of those elections was stolen, so they want to figure out how to fix it.
Yeah. Here's a comment from Forever Roaming. An ID used to be enough before Biden opened the borders for 4 years. and they're finding a lot of inconsistencies on the voter rolls along with fraud. Ross, one of the requirements for states to live up to going forward, if the SAVE Act passes, is they're going to have to open up their voter rolls to show that everyone's clean, and there's going to be a federal database. I'm not sure how much I like having a federal electoral database.
I don't really like any kind of federal database.
I don't normally do, but for federal elections, right, there's a federal database for anything that has to do with federal stuff, right? So, I mean, this is constitutionally, this is within the purview of Congress to set these laws. 100%. It says states choose the time and manner, but Congress can make laws for federal elections. 100% within the federal government's role. And just to get back to some of this ID talk, first of all, Democrats, what they really want, and these are the hard left Democrats, because obviously 71% of Democrats agree with us here. What they really want, the hard left, they want undocumented voters, right? What is the point of even registering a voter if we're not going to check whether or not they're a citizen and check whether or not they say who they are, that they actually are who they are when they go to vote, right? Why register them at all? It gives it the, what's the legal term, Gene? Indicia of legitimacy, right? Because you register. But if you're registering and you're not a citizen, then it doesn't mean anything. Why even bother going through that process? And I just want to reiterate this point. If you don't live in a democratically controlled state, and by Democrat, I mean Democratic Party, hard left controlled state, like the New Yorks, the New Jerseys, the Californias, right? If you don't live in one of those places, you don't know what you're talking about. Those states issue driver's licenses not only to non-citizens, but to illegal immigrants, right? So simply requiring an ID to vote does not solve any problem at all, right? New York is issuing commercial driver's licenses to people who fail to provide a first name and are illegally in the country, right? Imagine going to vote. What's your name, sir? No first name given. Okay, here's your ballot. Like, does that make any fucking sense to anyone?
It makes no sense to anyone here or anyone else in the world. We'll get to that in a moment as well. I want to see the racial breakdown in CNN on who's in favor of photo ID to vote. Hang on.
Breakdown. Okay, what's the racial breakdown on this, right? Because I think a lot of people make the argument that people of color, non-white Americans, have a harder time procuring a photo ID to vote. But even here, take a look here. Favorite photo ID to vote. 85% of white people favor it. 82% of Latino. 76% of black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this. Voter ID is not controversial in this country. A photo ID to vote is not controversial in this country. It is not controversial by party, and it is not controversial by race. The vast majority of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj that, in fact, you should have a photo ID to be able to vote.
Except the awfuls and the raging leftist libtards want to die on this hill, so I say we let them.
Well, it's a freaking no-brainer is what it is at this point.
It's quite offensive, to be honest. Like, if you are a black or a woman, you should be offended. Why? Because white liberal women think you are too stupid to get an ID when clearly the polls are showing otherwise. The only people are beta males in the Democratic Party, which there are still a few of those left, and liberal women that are championing.
I want to touch on something that's come up in the chat now a couple of different times. I've seen a couple of people that live in blue states complaining how much
Dallas
how much it
Joey
costs for them
said
to
I had to
obtain
show ID for a
in
big
their
lighter
blue states.
today.
The president doesn't control that.
Sucks to be you, pal.
Y'all can fix that. So I want to touch on something that's come up in the chat now a couple of different times. I've seen a couple of people that live in blue states complaining how much it costs for them to obtain ID in their blue states. The president doesn't control that. Y'all can fix that where you live. This is one of the things that I've been preaching now for the longest time. Federal politics is sexy. It's the easiest way to make money. If you're doing stuff like what we do, because that's the stuff everybody wants to pay attention to. But if you want to actually make real change, show up for your local elections, show up for your state elections. If you don't like the fact that it costs you $40 to get an ID where you live, fight to change it. You don't like the fact that it costs you $100 to get an ID where you live, fight to change it. And if you're not willing to do that, don't lie to us, because it doesn't cost me that here on purpose, because I'm willing to go to the polls and stop it if they try to do stupid crap like that. I'm just saying. Everybody, like all the, like earlier when the CNN talking heads were we should be talking about the economy. You know what we should really be talking about? The difference between economies in red states and blue states. Because you know where it still sucks to live? You know where they're squeezing every cent they can out of you? It's in at the city and the state level, who's actually doing it. City, county, and state level to drain every penny from you that they can, so that you look at President Trump and say, you said you were going to make my life easier and everything here is more expensive. But they don't pay attention as to why and who's actually doing it. Look at Mamdani right now. He's proposing a 10% increase in property tax.
Don't get me started. That's a whole other show. That's a whole other freaking show that we'll do a video on later in the week. CG Discussion says, I am 64 and had to show ID to get the guy at the paint store to open up the locked up spray paint so I could get a can. Seriously. Well, there it is, folks. You have to use ID for so many things. Open a bank account, buy cigarettes, get on a plane. It's a crazy list of things.
And Gene, I'm glad you mentioned the get on the plane. Right? The threshold to get on a plane to even fly domestically is going to be a real ID now. A real ID is actually hard to fucking get and it's expensive, right? But I don't see any Democrats, championing we shouldn't have that to fly. I actually don't think we should, right? That's a private company that I'm purchasing a service from, and I don't understand why I would need to have a real ID to fly, right? That doesn't make sense. Are we not going to allow illegal immigrants to fly anymore? I don't think that that's going to happen, right? So the U.S. citizen gets screwed over on that front, but that's for a private company. But for voting, we don't even want to have any type of ID to prove that you are who you say you are. That's insane.
Yeah. By the way, one other troll wants to say this. Listen, Mario, Bubba, we're still not going to date you. So
I think that was a typo. Come on.
Oh, sure. Because the A and the U are so close to each other on the keyboard. Just take a look in front of you. Now you, Mr. Galloway, Ross Galloway, you brought up how everyone has been arguing how voter ID is racist, it's sexist, it's all this stuff. But let's take a look at this.
That was impossible.
This is from back in, I think, 2008. And there is the first black president showing up to the polls and presenting ID when he's going to vote.
But I was told that was impossible because, they're not intelligent enough.
It's according to Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, at least Chuck Schumer these days, he says that this whole voter ID SAVE Act thing is Jim Crow 2.0.
This talk about election security has revived discussions of the SAVE Act, which you have said you oppose. Proponents of it say that it's, to have ID, you have to prove U.S. citizenship to be able to vote. Though some of the claims they make, to be clear, are overstated. We know there's not widespread election fraud. But polling does suggest, there's a new Pew Research poll that 95% of Republicans, but also 91% of Democrats like this idea. So why do you not?
It's Jim Crow 2.0. And I called it Jim Crow 2.0, and the right wing went nuts all over the internet. That's because they know it's true. What they're trying to do here is the same thing that was done in the South for decades to prevent people of color from voting. For instance, if you change, you're a woman who got married and changed your last name, you won't be able to show ID and you'll be discriminated against. If you can't find a birth certificate or a proper ID, you'll be discriminated against. This is vicious and nasty. And I said to our Republican colleagues, it will not pass the Senate. You will not get a single Democratic vote in the Senate. We're not reviving Jim Crow all over the country.
Yeah,
the soft bigotry of low expectations. Sunrider out here saying that this is all just a circle, you know what. Why not bring someone on to contest your nonsense and tackle substance? I challenge you to please come and tell me what substance you want to challenge. Have you read the studies from American University? Have you read the Crawford case and John Paul Stevens' decision? Have you looked at the paper put out by former President Jimmy Carter and former Secretary of State James Baker? Have you examined investigations into all this voter fraud that we have seen going on? More importantly, are you an election lawyer who has fought not only for voter ID, but has caught, flagged, and charged people with voter fraud? Ross and I can tell you, we've been to places in the People's Republic of New York City where we saw people taking ballots out of the polling place, going to a hood of a car, and filling out ballots all together. We have seen people take ballots for their wives and fill them out because she'll just be here in 5 minutes. We have seen people show up to us outside a courthouse with literally a bag full of votes, say, "Oh my God, I have these votes. What should I do with them?" We have experienced all this. So please, Sunrider, show me all the substance you have. I'd love to see it.
You already gave way too much time to Sunrider. I'll answer it much more succinctly. We don't care what Sunrider thinks. Okay, let's move on from that. First of all, you showed a clip just now, Gene, of Barack Obama voting and showing ID and saying, "Oh, Rick was like, oh my God, I thought I could be whatever." For the record, Barry O was half white, so that might have been the half white of him part that had that ID. And then let me just touch on old Chucky Schumer talking about Jim Crow 2.0. For you moron Democrats in the chat and listening, let's talk about Jim Crow 1.0. That was Democrats that did that. Most of you morons don't even know what Jim Crow is. Jim Crow racial laws against black people post-slavery was Southern Democrats doing that stuff. So I think it's pretty rich for Chuck Schumer to talk about Jim Crow 2.0 when his own base of voters have no idea what Jim Crow 1.0 even was.
I love how Sunrider in the chat wants to know, would I speak to Destiny or Pisco or Adam Mockler? Bro.
Who the fuck are these people?
The lefty debate bros out there. Destiny's just totally unhinged. So if you're on
irrelevant.
If you're on
How about that?
if you're on Twitch and if you're on Kick and you're on all that stuff and you got brain rot, those are the people that a lot of these young Dems are looking to, including, let me find it. Oh my goodness, I have to find this one. Let's talk about all the young people on that side of the aisle going absolutely crazy over there. Oh, I got to delete some stuff here before I can get that in. So let me just delete this. And by the way, while I'm doing all this stuff, folks, please remember to like the stream, share it with your friends, subscribe to the channel. I see a lot of you doing it already, and I really appreciate it. I got to find this clip because this clip is just too funny. This is, you know those stupid people on X, Rick, like the Harry Sissons or whatever. This is Chris Mowry absolutely losing it over voter ID. Let me get this up on the screen.
Pass the SAVE Act because there's no problem with our elections. You're in the middle of a massive disinformation by the President of the United States and our foreign adversaries to convince you there's some with our elections, with our democracy. There's fraud. The 2020 election was stolen. All nonsensical garbage that you believe because you have the IQ of a small animal. The only thing that they get out of convincing you to pass this bill is it makes it harder for people to vote. And when
look at this little boy crashing out. It's so funny. There's nothing wrong with our elections. People weren't saying that back in 2016 when Trump won. They weren't saying it in 2024 when Trump won. And they ignored us in 2020. I know. I'm just sorry, but hey, Sunflyer, is this your hero?
we don't need to pass the SAVE Act because there's no problem with our elections. You're in the middle of a massive disinformation campaign.
From QAnon to BlueAnon, folks. There is nothing wrong. Nothing to see here. It's all a big distraction. It's all just a big distraction. By the way, folks, we're picking out random chatters and people who like us, people who hate us, whatever the case may be. If you want to guarantee that your chat shows up on the screen, consider doing a super chat. We will definitely put every single super chat up on the screen. If you want to be one of those people and you support the channel, it's another great way to do it. Feel free to do it. And we'll still keep picking up everybody we want to here. Burf saying that Mowry is a Democrat talking point jukebox. That's a great description. I might, hey Burr F 1963. I might steal that from you. I'll give you credit, but I might steal it from you.
Isn't it funny though that they always claim like there's no need to legislate these things because it never happens? Okay, so what's the problem with legislating it then? Right? What are they worried about? If you believe that non-citizens are not voting, then what is the fucking problem with us requiring you to prove that you are a citizen before you vote? Right? And if you feel so strongly that the federal government track any of your information, then why, when we want to exercise our Second Amendment rights, do we have to prove who we are and go through a background check? Right? We don't do that when you're right, but why do we do it when you exercise a constitutional right that is one of the first 10 amendments?
Yeah. Well, CNN loves to give airspace to people like Sunrider and Chris Mowry and Chuck Schumer. But when you get down to it and you start asking a basic question like, okay, the SAVE Act is racist and against women and all this stuff, how so? You never get an answer.
Is he taking away from black voters?
Oh, if we look at
the SAVE Act?
The SAVE Act, that's exactly what we're talking about. That is actually going to continue to disenfranchise overwhelmingly a lot of people of color. There are so many civil rights organizations that have run the data. If we look at the way that it is going to disenfranchise black voters, it's the same reason why Chuck Schumer called it Jim Crow 2.0.
So,
this is the same president. If we want to continue...
You haven't said how yet.
I am talking about it. It's the way that you're putting new poll taxes on this when you're making people have... That's what we can call them now. It's kind of an idiom, right? If you want to say that people have to prove that they are citizens, that they have to prove with a voter ID, the reality is you're layering what is a constitutional right for the American people and making it harder for people to vote in this country, and it's going to disenfranchise black voters.
Concern you that you're making all these claims, you've yet to lay out how it's hurting anyone, but 76% of black voters think we should show an ID to vote. 80% of Hispanic voters, 83% of the American people. Are you saying that black voters are too dumb to know what's good for them? I mean, it sounds pretty condescending to me.
Here comes Captain Savaho, Abby Phillip.
Voters of black voters.
That is not
the one voter ID.
To be clear, the SAVE is not just about ideas. The SAVE Act is about proof of citizenship. So it doesn't. I actually.
It also makes it very hard for married women who've changed
I was just going to say, we talked about this before. It's
voters.
not. It actually, there's an argument to be made that red state voters, women, poor white voters could be just as.
I know you think they're dumb too, don't you? I mean, that's the thing. I hear these arguments. I've heard Democrats all week long.
No, please don't. No, you listen.
There's a deflection from talking about long-term.
Again, the soft bigotry of lowered expectations. Ross, I want to get your thoughts real quick, but before we do that, I want to address this comment right here from Cat. What? Who cares? I hope they are paying you really well because you are getting sued heavily soon.
It's a typo.
They don't know I'm a lawyer. They don't know that I do the suing. And by the way, we don't get paid by nobody. We do this for the love of the game. We do this because this is what we believe. Unlike you want to see someone who gets paid for their words online. You want to see what getting paid
to have a stroke. What the
to
hell
talk politics looks like? This is what it looks like.
It's the SAVE Act because there's no problem with our elections. You are in the middle of a massive disinformation campaign.
That's what it looks like.
He's too young to have a stroke. What the hell's going on there? At that point, he was like his face was matching the color of his hoodie, and that's not a good color.
Good Lord! And we're getting sued. I love it.
Yeah, fuck them. Bring it on. So you mentioned soft bigotry. It's actually like just bigotry. It's not even soft, right? Because if you applied the equal standard, equal protection under the law of requiring proof of citizenship to register and then a voter ID to vote, how would that disproportionately affect anyone, right? It should proportionally affect both parties the same, unless you're admitting that one party is filled with morons, right? And that party happens to be mostly minority and women. So what are you saying? I'm not saying that.
Fix it.
You're saying that. So defend that, chat.
Well, it's also because they're admitting that it costs them anywhere between $40 to $100 to get an ID. So that's disproportionate. But that's not our fault because that's a state thing. Fix it. We didn't break it.
Absolutely. Folks, keep hitting that thumbs up. Keep liking. I saw a lot of hearts in there for one of Galloway's rants. That was pretty cool. So one of the weapons that Democrats will have in order to combat the SAVE Act is a plan to filibuster it. Now, ever since Mitch McConnell was in charge of the Senate, I know, Ross, this is your wheelhouse. We're going to get to you immediately after this clip.
Enforcing the talking filibuster isn't hard. It's not mysterious. We haven't done it in a long time, but it's allowed by the rules. We don't have to break any rules to do it. We don't have to nuke anything. We just have to say, look, if you want to oppose the Save America Act, we're going to make you speak and explain why to the American people at some great length. This has been done in the past. It's one of the mechanisms used back in the 60s with the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It helped eventually achieve the necessary degree of consensus to get that bill passed. It took a while, but after those who didn't want it to pass were required to speak about it, and the American people continued to support the legislation, it passed. Let's give this a shot.
And in response to that, and then I'm going to let you talk, Russ, I promise, Schumer had, let me see if I can find the clip of him talking. Oh, I got to load it up. Go ahead and talk about the talking filibuster while I find the clip, pal. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I think, I've had several conversations about this, in my circles over the last few months. And it's amazing that, schools in America don't really teach civics anymore. So just real briefly, I just want to cover what a filibuster actually is. For those of you guys who don't know, nowhere in the Constitution does it say it takes 60 votes in the Senate to pass a bill. Nowhere. It actually says a simple majority vote. So in this case, it would be 50 votes, potentially with the vice president casting the tie-breaking vote, which is J.D. Vance, right? That is what the Constitution says. What the Constitution also says is that the Senate basically has unlimited debate, right? They can debate a bill for as long as they want. So the Senate created rules. This was not always throughout the history of our country. They created a rule, an in-house rule that said, instead of having unlimited debate, aka a filibuster, where people stand up and actually talk and debate, what we'll do is just say, you can just raise your hand and say, I'm invoking the filibuster, and then it takes 60 votes to override the filibuster. Not having anyone speak, not having any debate, just the way the Democrats like it, right? So what Mike Lee is saying, and lots of other people, and I've been saying this for quite a while, I'm actually going a step further and say nuke the normal filibuster or the new filibuster where you don't have to speak, right? All he's saying is go back to the historical norm of, yes, it's unlimited debate in the Senate. We put this bill on the floor, and if people want to stand up and filibuster and talk, they can talk for as long as they can stand up, right? You can have I would love to see Democrats defend their position for as long as they'd like, right? And that's all he's saying we should do here, and I agree with him. Just real quickly, I mentioned this earlier in the show, the only pushback, and this is where Thune is completely wrong, and he's wrong on a lot, is that he says that this will, grind the Senate's work to a halt because while a filibuster is going on, a speaking filibuster, no other work can get done. Here's the spoiler alert, morons. There is no fucking work getting done, right? Nothing's getting done. You can't pass a damn thing if you need 60 votes, which is not in the Constitution. So let's have this fight before the American people. Let the Democrats tell us why you shouldn't require proof of citizenship and an ID to go vote, and let's have it out. This is the fight. Let's do it. We're not going to get shit else accomplished this year. Let's have this fight now.
I'm with you on that. Now, Chuck Schumer was asked about Mike Lee's comments, and this is what he had to say.
Oh, God.
Mike Lee's argument that the Senate rules allow the majority to require the minority to stage a talking filibuster to stop the SAVE Act.
We've got to get this done, and we've got to get it done very quickly. The SAVE Act is an abomination.
It's
Jim Crow 2.0 across the country.
Jim Crow 2.0 is their new buzz.
We're going to do everything we can to stop it.
Because it's an entire cluster of words.
He just sticks to that party line, man. He sticks to that talking point. Doesn't
That's
give
their new buzz sentence. Jim Crow 2.0 is their new buzz sentence. I can't even say buzzword because it's an entire cluster of words. But yeah, it's their new catchphrase. So.
Well, I love how Chuck Schumer is against voter ID. Because back when we were youngins, Galloway, he was for identification to stop fraud. You sent me this clip. You set it up and tell everybody all about it.
Which one is this one?
This is Schumer back in '96.
Oh, well, here's the funny thing. Here's the setup, guys. Back in the 90s, that must have been like a weird time. I always feel like we are on a different timeline somehow. Like back in the 90s, Democrats like Chuck Schumer were all about voter ID. Democrats like Hillary Clinton were all for like building a wall or a fence back in the early 2000s, right? Like I don't know when the timeline shifted to now all of a sudden those things are racist or homophobic or sexist, but play the clip. Here's what Chuck Schumer said back in the alternate reality of the 90s.
Everywhere people go, they're asked for a social security card. In fact, one way to prove you're a bona fide person who can have a job is to ask for a driver's license and a social security card. This is an anti-fraud amendment. Over where we go, people say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud.
Wow, what a change of tune, huh? It's amazing.
Well, Gene, I guess like somebody said in the chat earlier, I guess the party switched ideologies again in the late 90s. They did it after slavery. They did it again after segregation and separate but equal. And then in the late 90s, they must have switched again and switched back. It's crazy.
I do want to
absolutely nutty. Cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria.
Stuff
all
really
over the
hard
place.
Yeah, but I didn't have that clip ready to go, but I really wish I would have. All right, gentlemen, I got to jump because I got to do my other stuff here in a couple minutes. So I do want to hit on a couple of points because Ryan is pushing that party switch stuff really hard in the chat. People have apparently never done any research at all because there was in fact no party switch, as in none. As in, it never happened. It's not a thing. And you know how I know it's not a thing? Because a Democratic, left-leaning, crazy-ass talk show host took on a white Democratic candidate and refused to give the black Democratic candidate running for the same office equal airtime and is now getting in trouble with the FCC. And I have an Oklahoma Democrat running for state house who's screaming and yelling about how we're heading to a dangerous time in America because the FCC is requiring equal airtime from talk show hosts. I used to work in local radio. Anytime I invited anybody on from any party, I had to at least extend the invite to the other side and have record of whether they approved or declined and have proof that they either came on or they didn't. That's always been a thing. That's been a rule in FCC broadcasting since 1934. The fact that they're cheering it. Colbert is being held to that standard on his way out the door and chose to basically shoulder block a black candidate, and he's a Democrat, should incense everybody from that side, but they're cheering it. Another reason. Funny thought. Another reason I bumped in real quick is we did have a.
You got to go back to KLRN Where we're simulcasting right now.
First of all, Stephen,
shout out to the KLRN Radio crew out there. You guys are
never
awesome.
trust lawyers. I think.
We're gonna do this.
And then, another reason I bumped in real quick is we did have a comment from our chat that we can't see from over here. So first of all, Stephen, as he calls himself, a reformed lawyer, says never trust lawyers. I think that was directed at you. And then he also said that means over 70% of Democrats support Jim Crow 2.0, according to Schumer himself. So
for the final hour of our
broadcast for tonight. Then I'll be back doing
what do you got going on KLRN before you get going? Give us a plug. Plug it already.
10 p.m. Rick and Orty is coming up just right about now, and then we're going to be heading over into SHR Media Land for the final hour of our broadcast for tonight. And I'll be back doing I'll be back doing Jen and Rick tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern. So hopefully you guys will come hang out over there. Except for those of you that hate America, y'all can stay over here in Gene's channel because I don't care.
Bye,
guys.
They're welcome. See you later.
I don't want them here either. Fucking go to Rick, guys.
I want them here. Are you kidding? Take care, pal. Be well. All right. So we can round things out. We got people still in the chat hanging out with us. Want to end up with the last thing that you sent me, but before we get to that, you know how Democrats love to compare us to other nations because other nations were more forward-thinking and more progressive than us and seem to be more with it? Look at this list of countries with voter ID. Countries in Europe, countries in South America, countries in Asia, Southeast Asia I see on here as well, Australia, all over the world. They require ID to vote. But yet, we're racist, we're misogynist, we're the ones preventing people from exercising their rights. What a crock of shit.
Yeah. So I know you have another clip, but let me just say this because I feel like, but I've told this story a few times. Whenever I meet someone out in a bar or wherever, and we get into like a political conversation, and I can sense it's going to go that, I always start with this question, man, before I figure out whether or not I want to engage in a dialogue with this person. Do you believe that Joe Biden got 81 million votes? More votes than presidential candidate in history, more black votes than Barack Obama. Like, do you believe that? And if they say yes, you can't have a discussion with them, right? Because let me just set the stage with those 81 million votes. And by the way, under Joe Biden, there were a bunch of questionable Senate races ever since then, right? Georgia flipped and a few other places where it looks like we probably won, but for some reason we didn't, right? Here's the stage. You got at least 30 million illegal immigrants in the country, right? Illegal aliens. You got millions more non-citizens who might be here on some kind of legal status. You got millions of felons who also should not be voting. You couple that with no voter ID requirement, no proof of citizenship requirement, and universal mail-in ballots in blue states, right? What the fuck do you think is going to happen when I set the stage like that?
Yeah, does. I mean, Jesus Christ. I want Ryan's comment to stay on the screen for this one because he wants to say there's zero evidence of voter fraud. That's why 60 judges threw the cases out and Fox had to pay X amount of dollars and blah, 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 blah. Clearly, Ryan has not read Crawford versus Marion County Election Board. Because if he would have, he would know that Justice John Paul Stevens said that flagrant examples of voter fraud, quote, have been documented throughout our nation's history by respected historians and journalists, and that's the end of the quote, which demonstrate not only is there a risk of voter fraud that's real, but that it could affect the outcome of a close election. Yeah, you can say all you want, there's zero evidence of voter fraud. But history is replete with examples of different forms of fraud going on in different ways, in different places all the time. Now, the standard for, at least in the People's Republic of New York, for throwing out an election for fraud is permeation of fraud. It means there has to be a scheme, a wide-ranging scheme going on to defraud and disenfranchise voters. I'll also point you again to that New York City Department of Investigation sting operation that found people who were unregistered to vote asking for ballots, getting ballots, and they would have been able to vote.
I apologize. I was a little bit enthralled with that judge's description that he was giving and forgot that we were past time to change feeds. So we're going to be changing feeds. Stay tuned for Rick and Morty coming up on the other side of this break right here live on KLRNRadio.com. And I would say I apologize, but mistakes happen. It's live radio. We'll be right back. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Hi everyone, this is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
Thanks, JJ.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
KLRN has advertising rates available. Rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@KLRNradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRNRadio.com, and I'm on hour 4 of 5, so we'll be here for a little bit longer. But I am one half of the crew for this hour, Mr. Rick Robinson. He's the other half, Mr. Ordinance J. Packard, and he is live. How you doing, sir? How's things?
Man, I woke up with 4 inches this morning. Not the usual 4 inches. 4 inches of snow. I love the schizophrenia of California winters. I was in shorts 3 days ago.
Well, you know, my Mother Nature's a bipolar bitch. Aggie and I did an entire show about that right before she went on her little hiatus. So, yeah, it happened.
Yes, you did.
Fun times, fun times. Meanwhile, I've been in the mid-70s, high winds, and half my state's on fire. So, yay.
Yeah, I saw that. Welcome to California.
Yay. Right? I was like, hey, it's suddenly I live in California. There's fires everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody
you get
keeps
all the
messaging
vibe.
me. Everybody keeps messaging me. Are those fires down near you yet? I'm like, no, not yet. Quit asking me that. You're going to jinx me. Anyway.
Wait, people in the state are asking you that, or just randos?
Well,
from out of
people
state?
people from out of state, and then a couple folks that I know that live in like Tulsa and stuff who forgot exactly where I was like, are you in the middle of that mess? I'm like, no, not quite, but yeah, let's not give Mother Nature any ideas. So yeah. Hey, we have a Zelda sighting. Apparently she's talking to me again. She was the last time she was
This
in the
week.
chat. She was like, hi to everybody but Rick, because he knows what he did. I don't really know what I did, but
You know what you did. You know what you did.
it's a woman thing. We never know what we did.
Yeah. No, we don't.
Or at least we
don't.
always plead the fifth. Yeah. Safer that way. But yeah, so yeah, fun times. It's been a fun broadcast day. It
Good.
looks like we are that much closer to potentially letting hell rain down on Iran based on some intelligence leaks I've seen from earlier today.
Yeah, that's, I mean, you know what? Usually I'm all for not, but Iran, Iraq, Iran hostages are my earliest memories. So
much.
Iran's got to go.
It's been that way for a long time. And Zelda, that doesn't really hurt my feelings. I don't know if that's what you were going for, but it's okay. Anyway. So
Yeah,
since
I love how, the Ayatollah keeps putting up like images of like our sunk boats, and I just reply with Pepe singing "Here Comes the Sun" as there's a nuclear blast. Did Japan teach nobody nothing?
Apparently not, because we've already uncorked the sun on somebody twice, and we just knocked your ability to be able to do that out for a while. So you might want to sit down and quit being froggy. Just
aside from that, one of my favorite stories about don't fuck with our boats is 1952, North Korea, launched some artillery at the USS Wisconsin, and the USS Wisconsin returned fire. Not only did it wipe out the artillery position, it permanently changed the geography of the mountain it was on. And my favorite part of that story is one of the other ships that was near the Wisconsin hit him with the flashing light communications saying temper, temper.
Dude, so that's funny because I found in just I'll say more of this for the what are we watching section, but I found this new sub channel on Amazon Prime called Crunchyroll, and it has like
Crunchyroll's awesome.
Well, I never even knew it was a thing. I had gotten into that Robotech stuff that I hadn't watched in for not Robotech, but Gundam that I hadn't watched in forever, and then some of them I couldn't get to on Hulu, so I started looking around, and Crunchyroll has like I didn't know this, but apparently Star Blazers, before they did the live action movie that was in Japanese only, they redid the entire series in like 2012, and it had 3 seasons, and so Crunchyroll had it, so I started watching that the other night, and it was funny because in one of the first couple episodes, they're doing the blinky light communications like they were still doing in World War II. I'm like, oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
That's what made me think
You're in
of that.
space and doing God, it's not semaphore, but anyway. Yeah. So
yeah, things that wouldn't necessarily work well in space. But anyway.
Boy, dog Twitter has come out in full force, hasn't it?
Right? This is worse than when Romney said, I once drove and took a vacation with my dog on top of my car for 8 hours. Oh, boy. Yeah, it's
well, I mean, okay. I know this may upset some people, but I've never been a fan of Megyn Kelly. Ever. Never even been that attracted to her. So when she came out with that whole what the fuck is this thing in response to that, yeah, I know your Qatari paymasters, watch you, but you could have just said nothing. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been kind of hot and cold on Megyn Kelly. I mean, I thought she was attractive when she was younger. I think now that she's completely given over to the dark side, it's not there like it once was. So I don't really care one way or the other. But the whole idea of these Muslim idiots that are like, finally, New York City is coming to Islam because we've always told you dogs were unclean. Fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's speaking of New York. I don't know if you saw, and I know that it was edited because there was a whole bunch of it leading up to when Zoroastrian Robert Madavi, whatever the fucking mayor's name is, where he was talking about raiding the city pension funds. And yeah. And I know he was talking about rent increases and taxing the riches, but the riches and the maps. Yeah, taxing the rich and shit. But okay. How many rich do you think are in New York? That it's like, oh, we're just going to tax over the millionaires. Okay, well, there's like 33,000 of those in New York. I did that. I checked. So a 9% wealth tax on 33,000 people. How long do you think? I mean, they can just bounce over the river to New Jersey,
right? Or they can do what they'll probably do and move to fucking Florida. Because, dude, all the folks that live in Florida now, like I even saw Anna Navarro of all people complaining because all the blue state folks are flooding to Florida, and I'm like, you spend half your time on The View spouting blue talking points, and now you're mad because they're moving in next to you. Fuck you.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one, Jeff. Megan took that Muslim money quicker than moms behind a Circle K take a dick.
That was good. That was good.
That is good, my friend. Thank you.
That must have been Discord or something because like that's not.
Yeah, that was chat. Discord. Yeah. Well, and that wouldn't clear the chat anyway because between X and Restream doing their filtering, that wouldn't have made it. But,
Yeah,
so
he's tested that before, so he's figured out a long time ago. The racy comments need to go to Discord.
yeah, that's why I get him over Discord. Yeah, so no, it's always the tweets I fart out that go viral. Because
that's usually how it works.
Yeah, because my pointing out, you know, him sodomizing the unions that got him elected, the pension of the unions that got him elected. And it's the use of sodomize, I think, is what really sent that thing flying. Because words are fun. Yeah, so I fart that out the other night, wake up with 3,500 likes. I'm like, holy shit. And I didn't even see like where anybody big got a hold of it either. You know, it was all like organic R circle shit. So that's what I love the most.
It was all grassroots, man.
Yeah.
It was all grassroots.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I have this love-hate relationship with X because I absolutely want the account to blow up so we can grow in numbers and everything else. But then the few times I make it above the what I call the algorithmic thermal layer, and all the trolls start coming at me, I'm like, it may not be worth it to be up here.
And that's what I mean. Yeah, I put my stream out on too, but when we go live, but I just push the station account so that way you can get the nickels, and that's so we can get the nickels. And but yeah, that's why I looking at what's happening in SHR's chats and in Gene's chats. Why would you bring that abuse to yourself? You got to get a moderator full time, Don't die on me.
It's been one of those nights, man. It's been one of those nights.
Well, you were dying last night. I mean, I watched you almost choke to death when we were doing Men Explained Badly.
Well, no, that was me. That was me laughing and trying not to choke at the same time.
Oh,
So that wasn't the same thing.
Okay.
But yeah, in between all the fire crap, even though it's not here, I think because the winds have been so high, I think it's triggered all the crap that I thought I was getting rid of is now back because of the smoke and all the crap in the air. And I'm just like,
you really are getting California schizophrenia. You got the smoke cough when there isn't a fire within 300 miles of you. You got, I mean, you guys were covered in snow last week. Now you're in the 70s today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm telling you.
Yeah. So
it's like I said on Aggie Show. I'm not going to do it because my voice is too shot to try to pull off a Cartman, but I actually did an intro.
I remember, yeah.
Kyle's mom is a bitch. Mother Nature is a bitch. Yeah, there was a reason because Mother Nature is a bitch. Yeah, I couldn't pull it off tonight if I tried, so I'm not even going to try. But
yeah, speaking of California,
anyway,
I gotta get this one off.
What's up with California?
So I don't know if G saw it in the chat. I put it up in the chat when G was on. He was talking about how he had a slight gas price increase, and I can tell you exactly why that is. The giant Phillips 66 oil fuel refinery down in Los Angeles has finally closed. Valero up in NorCal is closing theirs. That leaves California with 6 refineries. And if you think, well, we are the second largest fuel consumer after Texas. And as of last year, 40% of our fuel was coming from the Gulf states, stored in the Bahamas, and then coming through the Panama Canal. So while the rest of the nation is going down and is around 260 is the national average, California's average is 483.
Yeah, because reasons.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, and I'm cautiously optimistic, but looking at the California political scene right now, Newsom's out. He's timed out, and he's going to be running for president against Trump, apparently. And Eric Swalwell is running for governor. He's the number 1 Democratic candidate. And the reason why I say that is for the first time in a long time, according to polling, the number 1 and number 2 are GOP right now in California. California is the top 2. That's who gets on the ballot. So Swalwell is running for governor of California against Donald Trump. The number 4 is Katie Porter, and we all know how she's imploded her political career last year. So, and I'm cautiously optimistic. Not saying we're going to win, but with that pain at the pump, 40% of California voters are NPP. No party preference, independent, whatever you want to call it. That's the shit that matters. So as long as Bianco doesn't get drug into, having to bend the knee to Trump, or and just keeps shit local and competent businessman, or competent leadership, because he's the sheriff for San Bernardino, and just runs on crime and kitchen counter pain, GOP could have a showing in California this year.
It could happen. It could happen.
And that's what I love, that Hilton and Bianco are the top two with 17 and 14, or no, 18 and 17%, and then Swalwell is at 14. It's going to be like his presidential run.
So it's funny.
Just periodic reminder, I received as many nominations for the Democratic Party presidency as Eric Swalwell did. And Kamala Harris.
So, well, it's funny because when I was doing inquiry earlier, Stephen reminded me of something that I had forgotten about, and that was before they changed how the vice president was appointed. It was basically the top vote getter became president, the second vote getter became vice president. So you realize if we were still doing things that way, that would have made Trump Biden's vice president. That would have been fun to watch.
There was also a period of time, briefly, where the vice president was on the ticket.
Yeah.
So you kind of like how most states vote for governor and lieutenant governor, how they're not connected at the hip. That was president and vice president too. So
I honestly think we should go back to that. I'm being really honest there, because
there
have been a couple the parties have picked, and I'm like, no, like fucking Cotton Hill. Good God, we could have done so much better. Just but that was how they got the establishment to vote for Trump, because they were all like, he'll be the ones really running things. It's all right. You can vote for this guy.
No, you mean Ray Spannon? Yeah.
Yeah, Cotton Hill. Still looks more like Cotton Hill.
Yeah, you call him Cotton Hill. I call him the dad from Johnny Quest.
I know, Ray Spannon. But yeah, you tried that, and then the only thing I have ever seen was Cotton Hill, and I actually did a side-by-side with him once when JD was still with us, and he's like, holy shit, I've never seen anything that was more accurate in my life.
It really is. Yeah, I mean, we could have done without Pence, and I mean, Quayle wasn't great, but he wasn't bad.
A lot of it turned into this whole thing of nobody really knew what the vice president did anyway. Because if there's not a majority in the Senate, they get a tiebreaker, and other than that, really nobody knows what the hell they do, because they don't really do very much.
Right.
But I'm just thinking, it could that whole second vote getter gets the office of vice president. That could have really worked in our favor when Biden was in office. So I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's chaos, but chaos is kind of your thing. So I'm thinking you'd probably support.
Yeah, chaos is my jam. So I do enjoy it.
If you ever wanted to see firsthand why George Washington warned us against political parties and factions, you're seeing it play out in real time right now.
Oh yeah. And I mean, the same reason why the 17th Amendment was a bad idea, and I'm not going to fucking litigate that shit again. I spent a week litigating that shit. So if you want to know what, go to my timeline from a week ago.
I seriously tried to fight off some of the stupid with that, and after like the second hour, I was like, you know what? He's doing well enough on his own. I'm going back over here.
I've got stamina. Ladies, keep that in mind.
I mean, you have to have stamina. Look at your nights that are spent behind Circle K against your mom.
I know. That's just pure Gatorade and rolling burritos.
So I got to talk about this because I didn't see it until after my show this morning. But apparently, Mustang High School has actually given in-school suspension for 122 students for truancy after they walked out to protest ICE the other day. And a lot of folks in my state are being retarded. And, well, this violates their First Amendment, and it does this, and it does that. I'm like, dude, when you have like over 100 students walk out, that causes a disturbance. Therefore, it's no longer considered a peaceable assembly. Plus, truancy is illegal. So, no, it wasn't. That is not First Amendment protected speech.
And I mean, okay, we kind of did. I can't remember what it was actually for, but it was something school related in high school where we had a giant sit-in. I think I don't know, it was something stupid. And of course, it was high school. Of course, it was fucking stupid. But one of the cool teachers who was teaching civics, after it was all said and done, and some of us got our in-school suspensions and everything. Leave me alone. Jesus Christ.
Jeff on a podcast. Wait till 8 o'clock to tell him what you want.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so
on all devices. Jeff's desk.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
Ditch all that shit. Okay. Yeah, so where was I? Yeah, so the cool teacher kind of sat down and explained to us students really don't have a First Amendment right when they're at school.
And they don't. That's why schools are allowed to regulate what you can wear. That's why they can say you can't wear these clothes. That's why they say you can't wear these specific shirts. They don't actually have a public school, despite what everybody thinks, is not technically a state-run institution. It follows the same rules as malls and other businesses that are open that are considered private property with public access. So you have very limited First Amendment rights in those spaces. So it's not that you don't have any, but you're only afforded the ones that the people that are actually in charge of the property deign to give you. It's why when we used to have malls everywhere and you'd walk in and they'd have these signs that say profanity will not be allowed, no running, none of this, none of that. That's because it's technically private property with public access. So they can tell you what you can do and what you can't do. And they do have the right to refuse service to anyone at any time for any reason. It's the same concept. And even if it wasn't, as soon as they're causing a disturbance, that's no longer peaceable. When they're violating a law to be able to protest, that is not peaceable. And if we were actually enforcing this crap, like people having to get permits, people not being able to block thoroughfares because it's actually against the law for them to do that, and all the things that we could be using to stop this crap, none of it would be happening. And I'm tired of everybody, well, it's First Amendment. No, because as soon as they block an intersection, guess what? That's impeding the flow of potential emergency traffic. That is a crime. You cannot do that, especially when they refuse to get out of the way. And it's just so annoying to me that even in a red state like Oklahoma, people are like, well, this is a clear violation of their First Amendment rights. I'm like, they're kids. They don't have any. The whole thing is kids have zero rights to begin with. Legally,
yeah, I mean they have constitution. They have constitutional protections, but they do not have rights.
And it's not the same thing. And if you
And
don't
that's
like
the same
it,
thing with illegals. They have constitutional protections, but they do not have constitutional rights.
Yeah, and the left has forgotten that part. They're very, very plainly forgotten that part, or at least they're hoping that you have. All right, so before we get ready to take the break, I do have to talk about this because I thought this was absolutely hilarious the other day. I have a feeling that Miss Occasional Cortex is actually from an alternate timeline because apparently where she's from, certain places are below the equator that are not actually below the equator.
See, I missed all that. I don't know what she actually said on that, so please fill me in.
I'm trying to find it again. I had it, and then I got distracted being a smartass.
And just Jeff just sent me on Discord. School is a parent-sanctioned prison. Changed my mind.
This is not he's actually not wrong. Because schools are basically because parents wanted time away from their kids, honestly. So hang on. Let's go ahead and take the break, and then I will find that, and we'll talk about that when we come back, because for some reason I'm not finding the clip now, and I just had it. So let me get the break queued up instead. So we're not just sitting here with me trying to find something. And yeah, I saw what you were putting in the room chat earlier, and I had no idea what you were trying to tell me. And by the time I saw it, it was too late anyway. So I'm glad whatever it was seems to have fixed itself.
Okay.
Because I was like, I don't know what he's trying to tell me. restream is being really slow tonight.
Yeah, and YouTube was kind of funky all day too. So it may take a moment to load that up.
There it goes. Well, it
There you
wasn't
go.
taking it wasn't loading the tab. It's been sitting there for like 5 minutes. But yeah, apparently YouTube was down yesterday. I saw Janelle talking about it, so I don't know. But anyway, break time. We'll be right back. As soon as I remember to unmute the site.
Too dangerous to keep, too feeble to let go, and you want to bite the hand. Should have stopped this long ago. Go now, you've been set free. Another month or so you'll be gorging on me. I see you slither away with your skin and your tail, your flickering tongue and your rattling scale like a real reptile. How'd you coil around the phone? How could you ever know how I loved your diamond eyes? But that was long ago. Go now, you've been set free. Another month or so you'll be poisoning me. Lovely smile. I see you slither away with your skin and your tail, your flickering tongue and your rattling scales like a real reptile. And I should have believed it. She said we had to bluff. She was the apple of my eye. It wasn't long ago. Go now, you've been set free. Another month or so you'll be poisoning me. Smile. I see you slither away with your skin and your tail, your flickering tongue and your rattling scales like a real reptile. Oh, go now, you've been set free. Another month or so you'll be poisoning me.
And welcome back into the program, ladies and gentlemen, where I have been having an argument with my virtual producer, who just now made it clear to me that should I ever ask, it can actually find me timestamp clips. It has never made that clear before. I'm a little upset because I've been
now you know.
I've been manually going and finding things, and I'm like, you mean I could have just asked you to do this the entire time? So I don't think we're going to play the whole thing, but I think what we're looking for is pretty close to the front of it. But this should give you the exact context for everything that has been blowing up virally. So here we go. Oh, hang on. Again. There we go.
This is, of course, a
Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's appearance at the Munich Security Conference was intended to showcase a right.
Because that is not what I was looking for. He said it was. Anyway, so to answer one of your questions, she specifically said that, we shouldn't be getting involved in, politics and stuff in Venezuela. We should concern ourselves with countries that are not below the equator. Newsflash, Venezuela is not actually below the equator, except for, I guess, maybe from Ocasio-Cortez's timeline, because maybe it is there. I don't know. But yeah.
I mean, okay. Being as generous as I can be, yeah, that's like, okay. Venezuela's southern border is basically on the equator, so but does that mean that we get to get involved in everybody else's politics that's north of the equator?
I guess so, if they're north of the
I mean,
equator.
because that's a lot of population we get to fuck with, and I'm here for it.
Of course, because you love coffee. Sorry, I was reading something else. You love chaos.
I love coffee and chaos. I love
coffee and
coffees.
chaos in the morning.
I love coffee and ass.
Coffee and chaos on the fours here at KLRNRadio. So I thought this was funny. Apparently, there is a Florida coffee roaster that is refusing service to Canadians.
Oh, SMR Roasters is fucking awesome. I love that account. I love those guys. They're great.
Yeah, they're like, Florida coffee roaster refuses service to Canadians. So Stocking Mills Coffee publicly declared it won't serve Canadians. Does that include Bill Shatner, though? Because I think Bill Shatner and Amanda Tapping should be considered honorary Americans.
Yeah. And Jules Sadie. Yeah, okay. So all the hotties from Canadian sci-fi, you're good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. So, yeah. So I definitely wanted to talk about that. I'm more curious to see what else you want to talk about tonight, though, because this is like I'm on my 6th hour of talking today. So
I cooked a lot of, I put a lot of bandwidth into the California gas thing. But I just love how the left is constantly on the wrong side of every 80-20 issue there is. And I had this conversation the other day. It's like with voter ID. Even in California, it's a 60, actually it's closer to 70-30 thing with voter ID. And what we're having to do in California now is, because the state legislature won't even entertain the thought, no matter how many of the 11 state reps that are Republican in the assembly bring it up. So they're trying to get it on the ballot for this year. That ID is required to vote. And like I said, it's 70% polling, 90% GOP, 60%, high 50, 60. So it's not a niche issue. You have the same thing nationwide. I mean, even Democrats are like 75% in favor of it. And all I hear is, whoa, Jim Crow 2.0, or, the other one is like, well, that, there's no evidence of voter fraud. Well, then great. So, you know what? It's just like, recognizing National fucking Ice Cream Day. Then let's just pass it and get on with it. If it's not happening, then this is a non-issue, right?
That's my whole thing, dude, is I'm like, if it's not happening, why do you care that we're passing it? But it's funny because I saw this in Gene's chat a lot tonight, because this was their main topic for the night. There's all these people that were complaining because where they live, if you lose your ID, it's like $50 to replace it or $100 to replace it. And I'm like, you guys are blaming Trump for this. That has nothing to do with Trump. You guys are the ones that have allowed local and state laws to be passed that make obtaining an ID really fucking unaffordable. That's not my fault. I didn't do that.
Yeah.
You know how much I can get an 8-year ID here, real ID compliant ID for $35 for 8 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got to renew mine every 4 years for $35 with real ID. And real ID doesn't blah, 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 blah. Well, you know what? You needed the documents to prove to get the real ID that they're asking for with the the SAVE Act. And one of my favorite things was because somebody was tried to drop. See, here's the legislation here's the part of the SAVE Act that requires that you need to get a marriage certificate and blah 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 blah. And the actual wording of it was the legalese version of, yeah, you don't have to come up with that. It's just if you have no other means, it's like in not if you want to get a real ID, but if if you want the non-real ID version, all you have to do is bring in a fucking bill, gas bill or something like that. Whereas, but if you want the real ID, yeah, you got to come in with your passport or your birth certificate or your marriage certificate and everything. The things that every reasonable adult human being has saved somewhere because it's important documentation. And the ironic thing here, and again, this may just be California, your state may vary, but if you lose your marriage license or your divorce decree, and depending upon where you're born, your birth certificate, the same county the same building you would have to go into to cure your ballot if you had to vote provisionally is the building that you would have to go to request your birth certificate, marriage certificate, divorce decree, or what. I mean, you're in the same spot. Stop acting like this is a huge inconvenience in your life. You're a fucking adult.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was kind of the point I was making earlier tonight. I'm like, dude, if you are an adult in this country and you don't have the documents that prove that you are who you say you are, can you really consider yourself an adult? I mean, let's just be real. It's just all of this is just asinine to me. And the fact that, again, so many people are blaming Trump for the fact that it's expensive or next to impossible to get an ID in their state because of the laws that they've allowed to be passed in their states. He doesn't have any control over that. And the thing about it is, if you've already got a real ID, guess what? You've already verified. I mean, you have to be a U.S. citizen to get a U.S. passport. You have to have a passport to get a real ID. So you've technically already verified your citizenship to begin with, to qualify for real ID. That was the whole point of real ID to begin with. So the fact that they're making this huge deal about this when real ID was enacted because we wanted to know who was traveling, using trains and planes and all the other stuff back when, crazy dog hating Muslims were flying planes into buildings, so this stuff has been around for a while. And I mean, I will be honest, because of the database and everything that they wanted to put together from Real ID, I was one of the people that waited to the last fucking possible minute to do it. I didn't even get mine until I think it was 3 years ago, because that's when the last time they said, all right, if you're going to fly, you're going to have one now. We're not going to give you any more extensions. So I went down and I did it, and I got all my stuff lined out, and I did all the things I had to do. And now I have a real ID compliant ID. And it was a pain in the ass, and it was more than the ID that I was paying for before, but it did go through and verify my citizenship status, which means now all I have to do is go show them my real ID along with my voter registration card when I go vote. And they know that I'm an American and I have the right to be there to cast my vote. But I said this on Gene's show, and I just want to say it here. The fact that since the 60s, we've gone from anything you can do, I can do better, and bringing home the bacon and frying it up in the pan, to you can get your ID, but I can't do that. What?
And here's a funny thing. Talk about real ID too. I just checked real quick. Yeah, it was a Republican initiative post 9/11, like 2003, 2005, in that time frame. But the people who made it mandatory for states to offer it and basically for all of us to have to go get it if we ever wanted to fly a fucking plane was the
the
Obama administration.
Yep.
Until then, it was you can get this thing if you want it. You know, it's kind of like, you know, fast check-in at the airport. You get on the TSA, you do the TSA thing so you can get fast check-in, right? So it's like, and hey, if you want to do that, then you know you can get your real ID, so that way you don't have to carry your passport. Your passport is your ID. You know, when flying domestically or whatever, you know. But I mean, yeah, you can't use it to go to most countries, but you can. I mean, I can use my real ID at the Mexican border. Ask me how I know, and that's fine. Yeah. So I mean, the whole push to nationalize it for a national database was the Obama administration. So I mean, this it's like, you know, in Gene's show with the you know, Schumer in 2006 talking about how he wanted voter ID. You know, just there's no consistency in the party. You know, the one thing, you can hate Republicans for being just as authoritarian as Democrats, just slower about it. That's valid. We've talked about that on the show a lot. But at least they're mostly consistent.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was muted. I was like, right, but yeah, then I was like,
yeah.
So yeah, sorry, I was checking a clip on something. So I want to talk about this before we get into what you're watching, because we are running out of time. Stephen Colbert stepped in it again because, you know, since there has been all of this proof showing that the left-leaning talk show hosts have spent 90% of their time talking to candidates they agree with and not even extending invites to the ones that they don't. He's actually in trouble potentially with the FCC, not for denying a Republican equal time, but for denying a fellow Democrat equal time on his show. And we're going to let this clip play real quick and then tell you what's happening. Except I have to make sure I can fix it first. Hang on. What did I do? So that's
Voting begins in the high-stakes primary contest for U.S. Senate. Welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Perino. Bill Hemmer's off today, and here's to my other Bill. Hello.
You still get a bill today, Dana.
That's right.
Good morning to you. I'm Bill Malugin. Democrats are hoping to flip Texas blue. They've been wanting to do that for a while now, and they're pouring big bucks into this crowded contest to unseat Senator John Cornyn, making this one of the most expensive Senate primary races.
Stephen Colbert claims CBS blocked him from broadcasting an interview with one of those candidates by warning it would trigger the FCC's equal time rule.
You know who is not one of my guests tonight? That's Texas State Representative James Tallarico. He was supposed to be here, but we were told in no uncertain terms by our network's lawyers, who called us directly, that we could not have him on the broadcast.
And Mark Meredith is in Washington with more on all of this. And this show's getting more attention now than it ever has before.
Yeah. I'm going to stop right there because they go into other details where apparently he's planning on potentially bucking them if he can, which would trigger some issues with the FCC. But I want to back up for a second to this full panel shot they had. I would like to point out who he tried to have on his show versus the people that he has not wanted to have on his show. So Jasmine Crockett did not extend an invite to her, black woman. White dude wanted to have him on. This chick, which based on last name I'm assuming is Hispanic, also was not extended an invitation. None of the Republicans were extended an invitation. So we wanted to have one guy on, the one that looks the most like him. But somehow, according to most Democrats today, we're the racist assholes.
Yeah. Okay, so I did a bit of pre-research on this because I'm sure we're going to be talking about it on the Culture Shift tomorrow. The FCC doctrine has kind of always been there. Yeah, it's gotten teeth again under Carr, and that's fine. But it's not like the Trump administration tried to shut this down. That's 100% false. What it was he didn't want to have Crockett on the show because he's a racist, apparently. And so what's funny and what blew this up, what actually called this out as being complete and total horseshit by Colbert's little narrative there, and Tarantino, whatever his fucking name is that Crockett was the one who initially called bullshit on this. And today, even Tater has called bullshit on this story, saying, yeah, that's not... he's a primary candidate. He didn't have to have a Republican on the show. But in the fairness doctrine, you have to give equal time to all candidates in a race. So, and then some asshole said, yeah, what about Reagan in 75? Well, Reagan was termed out as well. He didn't term out. He chose not to run a third time as governor of California. So at that point, he was out of a job as governor of California, had no aspirations for running for president at that time. So that's a shit analogy. But yeah, so what I loved it was Jazzy who raised the red flag on this and went, no, 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 no. No, they didn't invite me. That's the problem. And that's what CBS was warning Colbert about. If you have him on, you have to have the other two primary candidates on too. And I think that Jazzy has made herself a national embarrassment to where there was probably some strings pulled saying, yeah, you don't put her on your show.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But I mean, well, the other thing about this is having done some work in terrestrial radio, even if it was just as a fill-in from time to time, there were times when I was planning on having a political candidate on when I was, able to pick the topics for the shows when I was filling in. And I was told that's fine. If you invite one, whether they say yes or no, you have to have documented, you have to have proof that you've at least invited the other one and that they've declined the invite. Otherwise, we can't have the other one on either. And that was as a fill-in. So this isn't anything new. This has been a thing since 1934.
Right.
I mean, it's been around for forever. It's just for the longest time, shows like The View and the late night talk show hosts were getting a pass from everybody because let's face it, they didn't used to be political. And when they were political, they used to be even-handedly political. So nobody had to enforce it. Fucking, I wanted to say Carter, but Carson made fun of both sides. Fucking Jay Leno made fun of.
Did we lose Rick?
One side, even if it was the next night before they could arrange it, he would have the next one on again. And it's just one of those things where it happens all the time. And it was always that way until recently when all these leftist loons got a hold of these things. And now everybody's like, have you looked at this? This is like skewed 90-10 to Democrats. And now you've got him refusing to invite fellow Democrats. Because for why? It's just insane to me.
Well, you talk about how they used to go out of their way to not be political, especially on Carson. If you do some research on it, Sophia Loren stopped getting invited to Carson. She was one of the 10 banned stars who wasn't allowed on a show because she would get too political. And yeah, she was, Republican at the time, but she would sit there and say things that were almost uncomfortable to say at the time. About immigration and shit like that. And she just wouldn't, they stopped inviting her. So that's not even a politician. That's just a movie star that they said, you know what? You're a little too radical for us.
You're a little too not like.
And this is the same time they're having Jane Fonda on. Right. So, I mean, what does that tell you? So, but Jane Fonda knew not to get political on Johnny.
Well, because
everybody kind of knew that.
Did because almost everybody hated Jane Fonda back then, though. So especially if she stuck to promoting, acting shit, everybody gave her a pass. But the second she was like, "Oh, Hanoi is awesome," everybody's like, "Get the fuck out of here." And
that's kind of the thing. I mean, it was just what stars knew at the time to just go on and talk about their movie. That's why they were on there. They were on a press junket for their project, their movie, their TV show, their book, whatever. What's funny is that Fred Rogers was also on that list too because he was just too nice and Johnny couldn't get any play off of him.
I mean, first it would be weird to have him on a late night show because his audience wouldn't be up watching anyway. And I know even when I was a kid watching Mr. Rogers, my mom would go into the other room and do other shit. She was like, "I don't care about this."
He's just so pure.
But I mean, that's also the difference between kids programming today versus kids programming back then, because even the stuff that was considered kind of just we're not really sure back then is like tamed by today's standards. Like I had a fit because for a while Gracie was starting to get into Miss Rachel, and luckily she's moved on past that because I cannot stand that woman's voice. But when she was doing the whole thing with Mom Donnie, and then Mom Donnie basically started trying to throw under the bus on her own live stream. I was like, you're kind of getting what you deserve. Anyway, but yeah.
Oh, and MD, you're right. I stand corrected. It wasn't the Fairness Doctrine. That was where you had to have equal programming. It's the Radio Act of 1927 that was if you're going to have one candidate, you have to have the other. I think that's
Yeah.
actually called the Jones Act, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, but they amended it to include video in 1934 because at that point, that's when people were starting to do like newsreels and movie theaters and stuff more often. That actually had some stuff to them. So, but yeah, I was about to
Cigarette ads by doctors, A-OK.
Yes.
No.
Well, yeah, because back then everybody smoked.
I'm waiting for cigarettes to get the MSG treatment where they find out that they're not that bad either.
It wasn't the cigarettes. It was it's the extra things they've been putting in the cigarettes and the filters that they said we're going to save our lives or what was actually killing us. They've already done studies on this.
There's some truth to that because
filtering.
I've been smoking Indian cigarettes, specifically Signals. It's just tobacco and paper and water. And I can get on my treadmill. I can walk. I can do. I don't have shortness of breath or anything with smoking those. But if I were to smoke a Marlboro right now, it'll fucking nail me. I'll just go right down to my knees and start hacking.
It's insane. I mean, granted, we're talking about stuff from hundreds of years ago, and this is back when they thought cocaine in a soft drink was a good idea. But there are actually studies that showing that unaltered tobacco was actually shown to reverse the early stages of Alzheimer's. This was a study that was done back in the late 1800s. It's all the extra crap that we add into everything that's killing us. I mean, we're going through that right now with the processed food debate. All the things that you and I used to eat that were fine are now making kids weigh 500 pounds because of all the extra crap that we get in them. I about died the first time I found out that McDonald's is using formaldehyde in their fucking French fries to kill the brown spots.
Right.
I was like, are you kidding me?
Why not just bleach?
Yeah, I mean, you might as well. Probably healthier. We're all just about out of time, though. What are you watching, real quick?
I started watching season 2 of Wednesday. So far, I mean, I'm only an episode and a half in. Yeah, I wanted it to be done, and then I forgot that it was out. Same reason why I haven't started watching Fallout yet. I want it to be done so I can just binge it all at once. So I can't remember what dinged me the other day to like, oh fuck, Wednesday season 2. So yeah, I'm watching that now.
Awesome.
How about you? What are you watching aside from Crunchyroll?
Well, Star Blazers. I was watching Gundam the other day too, which they have a lot of the other Gundam stuff. Other than that, I really haven't been watching too much. Fallout is done, so I watched the last season of that. I did just watch the newest episode of The Rookie. That show is still entertaining to me. There was a point where I thought I was going to lose interest in it, but they managed to reel it back in because I was like, how long can they keep this show going since he's technically the rookie, but now he trains rookies, so they figured out a way to flip that. So that's interesting. Other than that, I haven't really been watching much other than trying to get caught back up on the news now that I can actually work again. So that's pretty much it. Where can folks find you, sir?
You can find me as Ordnance Packard on Twitter, still surprisingly. You can find me tomorrow night on The Culture Shift with Brad. Slager, as we take our deep dive into the business side of the entertainment industry. Friday night, you can find me at 10 o'clock as we do the premiere table session 0 of Swords of Stephanopoulos. Stephaneros. Jeff is the Dungeon Master. You have myself, Janie Mack, the EP, Delaney, and Vincent Charles as characters playing a D&D session. Saturday, you can find me on Juxtaposition with you. Sunday, you can find me on the Vincent Charles Project, and then back around next Tuesday with you, Vincent, Jeff, Delaney, and whoever else cares to join us on. What was that?
Nope. Not that one. Remember we.
Oh, that's right. No. We got the State of the Union next Tuesday, so probably on a Political Science Theater 11 million. Okay.
We're
Tuesday
calling
night.
this one. We're calling this one drunk poli-sci 3000 because Vincent's requested
Drunk Poli-Sci 3000. Okay, nice.
So yeah. Anyway, yeah, because I'll be.
See, I get in political brain and I say Stephanopoulos instead of Stefan. Anyway. So that's me this week. How about you? Where can people find you?
If it was me, I would have told Jeff he should have called it the Snuffleupagus,
Snuffleupagus.
because that's what I call Stephanopoulos anyway.
Yeah.
You can find me tomorrow night doing Jen and Rick. No show for me tomorrow because I'll be hanging out in Mission Ready Men's Chat over at SHR Media. So I'll be back Friday doing the Rick Robinson show. Friday night will likely be a Kingdom and Country because I don't think Aggie's going to be back yet. And then Saturday back around with you doing Juxtaposition. I need to check my phone because I reached out to Corn early today and I don't know if he ever responded. So I may be bumping that for another 2 weeks just to play it safe. I'll let you know for sure when I know. He's still kind of he's still doing some Hollywood stuff, so I think he may have gotten slammed again. But anyway, joys of trying to work with people from Hollywood. What can I say? All right, we've got Edge of Liberty coming up next. Stay tuned.
I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
Get ready for truth bombs, belly laughs, the kind of accent that turns car into a two-syllable adventure. Here's your host, Sean.
Ladies and gentlemen, why isn't it always bourbon? I should ask the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the Edge of Liberty right here on the SHI Media Network. The is always optional. It's the 18th of February. Holy smokes, it's the 18th of February. Moving right along from here in rain-soaked California. As BZ would say, always spell it with a K. And getting right down into it, get us out over in the Middle East and Iran. Put a little poll up in the chat room if you wouldn't mind taking that, entertaining us. I'd greatly appreciate it. And the question was, do you think do you think the U.S. will attack Iran before this weekend? I'm going with yes. The amount of equipment, strike aircraft, etc., that has been moved over the last 2 weeks, but the strike aircraft being moved this past week is the one that really stuck out to me. Something like 30-something F-22s and F-35 that went in line being supported by 5 or 6 air refueling tankers to get over there. There's talk in Geneva between America and Iran. Other countries are involved too. They're only talking about who's leading the talks, though. Talks in Geneva has reportedly made headway as of yesterday, where it was the second round. Over there is Trump Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner meeting with Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Reports from the meeting indicate general agreement on a set of guiding principles to move towards a draft agreement. So it's the promise before the promise before the promise. And look, if you're Iran right now, you want to make a deal if you're going to stay in power, or you think you're going to stay in power. You want to make a deal. I know I see so much on social media about, oh, Iran can do this and Iran can do that and blah, blah, blah. No, they can't. The propagandists for Iran and other countries in the Middle East who are supporting them will put up all sorts of stuff. But, I mean, geez, Luis. No. Key quote from Iran, who Araghchi should not be saying this, is the ball is in America's court. We're ready to discuss, and they provided that they are ready to talk about sanctions. Yeah, I have a feeling, and I don't know exactly what is being said in these meetings. You don't know either. We can all guess. I have a feeling the U.S. envoys are essentially saying, look, the Ayatollah is going to go. If the Ayatollah doesn't go, and if you guys don't stop the bullshit, then we're just going to go ahead and remove you. Now, that's just my theory on what's being said because we have all the leverage. As I said a few minutes ago, we've been moving shit over that way for 3 weeks now. You have 2 aircraft carriers in the region. Well, the Silkworm could take out the aircraft carrier. Yeah, they have the Sea Whiz. Okay. They have technology we don't even know about. Obviously, look at what happened in Venezuela with the sound ray technology, right? Do you really, if you're Iran right now, and again, we can get into the optics about this, the politics about it, whatever. We've talked about it so many times in the past. I'm just talking about, should the strike word be given and America strikes? If you're Iran, do you honestly think that you stand a chance? And the answer is no. You know the reality of it. Now, you're going to bolster that you can. You're going to put all this other stuff on TV. You're going to release the video of, what was it, drones taking off from the little drone aircraft carrier. And you're going to make AI videos, yada, 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 whatever. You're not going to stop. Specifically because you just saw what America did to the Venezuelan air defenses, right? You just saw that whole operation. And now you have 2 aircraft carriers, a shitload more air units, and your air defenses were otherwise neutered by Israel the last time we sent a couple B-2s over. So there's no chance. And could they get off a lucky shot or 2? Absolutely. Anytime you're in an incident like that, anybody could get off a lucky shot or 2, 100%. Is there a real threat? No. I mean, like it or not, we're really good at going to other places and bombing the shit out of it when they're fortified. Never mind when they're not fortified. Now, again, I don't know what the after plan is if we remove the Ayatollahs. I suspect that Israel and a couple other countries will step in and take care of stuff on the ground. That's just my suspicion. Experts, people much smarter than I, have suggested that. And again, you have to ask yourself, it's almost like Venezuela and how it affected China and Russia and our hemisphere, all 3. You have to look at Iran and say, does this affect us and our allies? Will this benefit the United States in the future? And is that risk and that reward worth it? And if your answer is yes, and the next step is relatively easy, you tell the people that actually know how to run a military, the generals and the admirals, go get them, boys. Let me know how you make out. I'll be right here if you need anything, but you guys know what the hell you're doing more than anybody else does. So have at it. And then, yeah, it would begin. So my guess is by this weekend, if they don't reach a deal, which, like I said, I have a feeling the ability to reach that deal is going to be very, very limited. Let's look at the force buildup. I talked about it a little bit, and I get some notes on it. Carrier Strike Group 1, the USS Abraham Lincoln's been there since January. Carrier Strike 2, number 2, the USS Gerald Ford, the largest warship ever built, has been making their way over there. I'm guessing they're pretty close now. I know they left, 3-4 days ago? Last week sometime. Numerous Aegis destroyers, including the USS Frank Peterson, the USS Spruance, are over there as well. As I mentioned, the F-35 and F-22s have been ferried into the region over the last 48 hours. F-15Es and F-16s are already on sorties out over the Gulf and over allied countries. So it's not a patrol. It's not a warning. The warning is when we first moved into the region. That's when we said, hey, you got to start thinking different. This is not a warning as much as this is whatever is between a warning and kicking your asses. That's where this is right now. And look, again, the protests are still going on. And to me, this is the biggest portion of it, honestly. The protests are still going on. Anywhere from 7 to 20,000 people have been murdered. Some places say as high as 36,000 people since the end of December. It's so hard to get information, as you know, out of Iran. The streets are under martial law, but the citizens, they're still chanting death to the dictator there. Neither Gaza nor Lebanon. My life is for Iran. Some of the people that there are some of the sayings that have been heard. So the people there are still fired up. The people there are still wanting a change, and this is not the first time. This isn't a passing moment for them. This has been going on for a long time. When this first started, I did have to wonder, is it going to be like the other protests where once Iran started being total monsters towards their people, were the people going to back off? And the answer is no. They're still going over there. The Iranian people are still protesting and fighting back. So anything is possible. I had transitioned a little bit here. I went international first just because it was fun. Gavin Newsom is not having his best week. And this is going to take me through the break. So I'll hit the break at 20 past the hour and I'll come back and finish this. After going to Munich, where he had no reason to go other than the fact that he was meeting with Alex Soros and kissing his ass. There's no reason for a governor to be going. I don't even think that the Congress people should be going, but at least they're on a federal level, yada, yada, yada. And I talked Monday night how they had all their little jerk-off circles, and they were telling each other how great they were. But Newsom went over there, and a lot of people said, Gavin, should you be, after the pushback that you got in Davos, and there was a lot of pushback here in the state. A lot of people, even his supporters, were not thrilled about it. Should you be going to Munich? And of course, Gavin said, yeah, I stopped being governor a while ago, and that's just for fun now. I'm actually running for president full-time now, and this is all I do. I don't know if that was his direct quote, but I'm trying to think about what's the best way to set this up. So Ted Cruz goes on a talk show Ted Cruz has his own talk show, and he's on talking about it. And the reference that Newsom made while he was in Munich about the troops militarizing my city and all that shit that we've disproven on SHR Media 100 times. There's been deployments before, even in LA after riots. Like, this is not a weird thing. So Ted Cruz was commenting on it, and I'm going to play what he said first on his podcast.
Let's be very clear, Senator. That is Gavin Newsom comparing American law enforcement to Nazis.
Yep.
In Munich.
Which, by the way, is what Obama was doing too. By the way, just like AOC and Whitmer, Newsom is apparently thoroughly historically illiterate. He said we've never seen National Guards federalized in the states. I guess his history book does not discuss the civil rights movement. He's never heard of a president named Dwight D. Eisenhower. He's never heard of sending the National Guard into southern states.
And he goes on and proves his point, and he's right. Just as I said earlier, what Newsom said was fundamentally stupid and does not attach to history. But Gavin Newsom, it's so funny. When you look at the Gavin Newsom press office and he talks about how, the two little twerps that run that, I can't even remember their names, Brendan and the other one. They always try to point out, oh, this person's soft, this person's soft, this person's soft. Newsom very quickly took to X and he said this. Ted Cruz calling a dyslexic person illiterate is a new low even for him. Now stop. First and foremost, he didn't say you're illiterate. He said you're historically illiterate, i.e. you don't know what history is. Okay? And he proved it from all the times that he said that they have been, National Guard has been activated. Neither here nor there. A couple things I want to point out. First and foremost, does anyone on the fucking planet know that Gavin Newsom is dyslexic? And I'm not even saying he's not. And maybe if you're like a tight super Newsom supporter or you're in his circle, you know that. But the average person doesn't know that. But man, the thin skin and or attempt to garner sympathy from people. I'm dyslexic and he's making fun of me. And it wasn't even what he fucking said. And this is what you get out of Gavin Newsom. And I've said this a bunch of times. Gavin Newsom has no real identity of his own. He is whatever he thinks people want to vote for in the minute. That's who Gavin Newsom is. He is the worst of the politicians. I've said this before. You can dislike Trump all you want, but at least Trump's the same person for the most part. He doesn't just change whenever the wind blows. Trump is Trump all the time. Gavin Newsom can go from being a super hard left progressive Democrat to acting like he's a centrist, despite his entire history showing otherwise. Then one minute he talks tough every chance he gets and throws out big words and tough words, and he's out there calling out Trump and blah, blah, blah. He's coming just shy of Joe Biden, saying, I'd take him up behind the barn. And then when he thinks he's insulted, he goes and wets his panties on X. And the best part is he wasn't even insulted for being dyslexic. Like, there's so many things wrong with that shows you just how fucking off Gavin Newsom is as a human being. And the ass kicking for Gavin didn't end there this week. This one I saw, and of course, Gavin also spoke out about Randy Fine. I'll talk about that after the break because that's an interesting story. But it wasn't just Ted Cruz proving what a moron Gavin Newsom actually is, but he's also getting it from his own party, which this statement here now, I don't care who you are, if you don't agree that Barack Obama is still running the Democrat Party, then you're not paying attention. Barack Obama has been running the Democratic Party. It is not Joe Biden's party. It wasn't Joe Biden's party when he was president. Joe Biden didn't even know he's in that party anymore. We know that. Obama has been running that party since he got into office, and it's still his party to run. Kamala, little history here. Most people know this who watch the show. Kamala rebranded her Kamala HQ to just headquarters. And that's the indicator that she's running again. And a whole bunch of other people have said that too. She hasn't been doing a lot of public stuff, but everyone's saying that despite so many people trying to talk her out of it, in her close circle, she's going to run again. So now that we're here, Obama's making it very obvious, in my opinion, having watched politics for a long time and been doing this for a long time, Obama just turned around and kicked Newsom right in his little huevos in a podcast.
The same would be true, let's say, here in Los Angeles around the homeless issue. I think morally, ethically speaking, it is an atrocity that in a country this wealthy, we have people just on the streets. And we should have we should insist on policies that recognize their full humanity, people who are houseless, and be able to provide them the help and resources that they need. But we should also recognize that the average person, doesn't want to have to navigate around a tent city in the middle of downtown. And that we're not going to be able to build a working majority and support for the resources that we need to help folks like that, whether it's drug treatment or temporary housing or what have you. We're not going to be able to generate support for it if we simply say, you know what, it's not their fault, and so they should be able to do whatever they want.
A couple things to point out here. First of all, that was from the Brian Tyler Cohen show. That was an absolute evisceration of Newsom's policies and history with homelessness in California. The things that he said there is it's so funny how you had Hillary last week in Munich talking about how immigration on mass scales was bad, and that, she was bragging about how her husband and Obama deported more than Trump. That's debatable, but that's neither here nor there. So they're starting to change their messaging at the top about immigration, and now the homeless. Now, if you don't realize, I've said this before, California is the liberal petri dish where they allow their gross fungus policies to grow, and then they try to spread the nasty spores throughout the rest of the country. They trial a lot of things here. Dealing with homelessness here, the way that they had, pretty much allowing it, giving it a free pass, and almost encouraging it in some ways, was something that they were trying, and it has massively failed. They see, even among Democrats, the policy towards homelessness is garbage. Like he said, nobody wants them just to have to walk around tents on the streets, et cetera, et cetera. So 2 things here. Signaling a change on how Democrats are going to, in the future, start looking at homelessness, which is not what they have been doing. They got a free pass with the Grants Pass ruling on homelessness. You can look that up. I encourage you to. That kind of forced them to change course. Because Democrats only change course when they don't have a choice. They don't change course they want to. And the policies that they do occasionally float are absolutely garbage. And this is how they try it out. And then you have Obama here saying, oh, no, we're going to have a different approach to this. The party, as you see, that is unbelievably far left right now, at least in their outward policy, is going to start coming back to the center. They lost males the last election. They lost young males the last election. And they lost a lot of independents last election. And Obama and Hillary this week both signaled that they're going to try to act like they're moving back to center just so they can gain power to go even further left. I'm up against a break. Thank you to our friends over at KLRN Radio for simulcasting the show tonight. I'll be back right after this. Hey, if you like the shirt, 250 reasons. I know it's hard to see. 250 reasons to read source documents. You go to shrmedia.com and get the shirt. It's the 250th birthday shirt for the United States of America. They're super soft. They're made in America by 7 Armors, and they're friends of ours, and we greatly appreciate the partnership. Back right after this.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Welcome to the SHR Media Shop. This is not just merch, it is a statement. SHR Media is built as a rebellion against the mainstream. We deliver truth without a filter or permission. When you wear our gear, you are standing for liberty and unapologetic free thought. Every piece is a badge of support for independent journalism. Wear it loud, wear it proud. Support the mission and join the rebellion at the SHR Media web store.
Are you looking for a way to boldly express your faith and love for your country? And check out 7 Armors, the premier apparel company for patriotic men of God, where faith meets freedom in style. Our t-shirts are more than just clothing, they're statements. Bold, stylish, and meaningful. From timeless messages to modern designs, we've got something for every patriotic man of God. Wear your beliefs proudly with 7 Armors gear. Don't miss the chance to wear your faith and freedom on your sleeve. Visit 7armors.com today and join the movement. That's the number 7armors.com.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and you can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
Welcome to the Reaver of Common Sense, where we cut through the noise of news and politics with a sharp edge. Tune in every Monday and Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a refreshing dose of reality. We fearlessly tackle the tough topics with no nonsense, just pure common sense. Visit shrmedia.com to discover where you can catch the Reaver in action. He is here to amplify your inner logic. He may not always be polite. He may not always be refined. But one thing is for sure. He always tells it like it is. The Reaver of Common Sense.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to The Edge of Liberty right here on the SHI Media Network. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. Appreciate everybody in the chat room. And the chat room has been doing really, really well. Let's see. I see Bud Russell's in the chat. I see Eric's in the chat. Kem Allow is in the chat. Sean Stroy's in the chat. Eric M. BZ, of course, in the chat. I saw Reaver in there. Phantom's in there. 002 AMT. The mods are awesome and fantastic mods who we greatly appreciate's in there. Captain Thrust, which is a real grown-up name. Jack Boozer's in the chat room. Thank you so much, Jack. And right now, 4450 and some others. And you can be in the chat too if you go to SHR Media's YouTube page. Oh, I also see Real Lady Jules in the chat. So thank you guys so much for being there. I have a couple of videos I want to play back to back. Well, maybe I'll do what I normally do and interrupt it. But this was from the White House today on Ash Wednesday. And I want you to look at this guy's face. If you can't see it, he has the look before he asks the question that he knows he's about to get slammed, but it's almost like somebody made him ask his question at headquarters. Check this out.
Where or when does the president believe he's been falsely called racist?
You're kidding, right?
The question was, where or when has the president believed that he's been called racist? And her answer, appropriately so, is, you're kidding, right? Now watch the rest of the video.
I'm Don Lemon. The President of the United States is racist.
He is a tried and true, dyed-in-the-wool racist.
I know what Mr. Trump is. He is a racist.
What Trump has always been was a rich, malevolent, really racist man.
We now have a President of the United States who is a racist.
Do you believe President Trump is a racist?
Yeah. No question.
Donald Trump, what's it say?
I think he's a racist.
He is a racist.
The president is a racist.
Racist. Racist.
Racist. Racist.
Racist. Racist.
I am the least racist person you've ever met.
I'm going to give credit to the Daily Wire for that one.
Where or when does the president...
I wanted to use that to set up this next clip. This was during, I believe it was today, during a event at the White House that was for to celebrate Black History Month with the Black History Month reception. And listen to this young lady and what she had to say that counteracts everything that they had to say.
So nice.
I like her. Please.
I like him too. One thing I like about him, he keeps it real just like Grandma. I appreciate that because I can trust him because he tells exactly how he feels and what he thinks. Thank God for this president. I am filled, my cup runneth over. Because he allowed his constituents, his people to come to my house to interview me, to talk about the murder of my grandson. It seemed like nobody cared. I'm an advocate for murder. I marched. I rallied. I pulled out other families in the District of Columbia that had murders and did not have answers. Ooh. We marched and we rallied, and nobody heard me, Democrats. Get mad at me. Until this Republican sent his constituents, his people out there to interview me in my home. Have you ever heard of a thing? Then they invited me twice before Congress to testify for the beautiful bill that's going to change crime in the district. If you kill somebody, okay, you take a life, you do life. Just that simple. If you do a harsh crime, you do harsh time. Just that simple. And then we need National Guard, and which we did years ago. He brought it on. I love him. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say about that racist stuff. And don't be looking at me on the news, hating on me because I'm standing up for somebody that deserves to be standing up for. Get off the man's back. Let him do his job. He's doing the right thing. Back up off of him. And Grandma said it.
If Grandma said it, you can't argue with it. She's awesome. I was kind of blown away with her energy because It's a lot of pressure being at the White House, right? And I don't care who's in the office, but when you're asked to speak at the White House, it's a lot of pressure. Yeah, she's spoken before Congress. Yeah, she's spoken a lot about the gun violence in D.C. She's an experienced speaker, but even still, to exude that much energy and do it properly and do it in a way that her speech was unbelievably touching when she's talking about her son, and then how she ramped up and she had all of this just energy and gusto. And I don't know, like, look, I talk to people on this all the time. I've done some crowd work in the past. I'm comfortable talking in front of people. I don't know how comfortable I'd be doing it at the White House just because it's the White House. But I thought playing those two together was a great way to follow the story and the headline versus the reality. And I talk about it on the show all the time. The reality that's put on social media, the reality that's put out even in mainstream media is not the reality of people, how people feel by and large. And the other thing that they do is they'll throw out things like, oh, he's racist and all this other stuff for people to retweet constantly. And this is my new thing. If you're watching the show and you're like, Sean, I've heard this before. Yes, you have. There's a reason this shirt says 250 reasons to read source documents. And this particular shirt, yes, it means the Constitution, but in general, it means do your fucking homework. Look beyond the headline. Go look at what the actual substance is and not the froth. Get rid of the head on the beer and actually drink the body of it. Speaking of beer, funny I should mention that. There's going to be a new show coming to SHR Media on Fridays and Saturdays. And if you go to shrmedia.com and you go to shows and you scroll down the list, you're going to get to what's called Beer and Bullstein. And you had Lyle on with BZ not too long ago, giving you a little bit about his history, and he will be joining us. If you go to SHR Media, you can read more about Lyle, read about his story, all the he served this country immensely. And now what he's doing in his life and what he's bringing to SHR Media. So go ahead and check that out. New show coming February 27th, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the SHR Media Network. We're glad to have him. We're glad to host him, and we're glad that he's with us. And he's a hell of a guy. So if you haven't had a chance to check him out on X or see him on our shows, go watch BZ's show from last week, and you can see it on there. Moving on. Ice stories blow me away. And this one out of Minneapolis really blew me away. So you had an arrest of a serial immigration fraudster who was working as a Minnesota corrections officer. Okay, they hired him even though he was illegal. He was also a member of the National Guard that he was actually AWOL from, and masquerading as a U.S. citizen despite having no legal status in the United States. Well, that's weird. So if he was masquerading as a U.S. citizen, does that mean that he was voting illegally? Because I was told that never happens. That never happens, Sean. People don't steal other people's ID and then go and vote as them, even though they've been dead 5 years and in a freezer somewhere. That never happens. All those people that were paying benefits too long after they died, and that the Kennedy's bill the president signed 2 weeks ago. That stuff never happens. You're crazy. But in this case, it did. Morris Brown, a 45-year-old illegal from Liberia, was arrested on the January 15th by Minneapolis by ICE for multiple violations of immigration law, including overstaying his student visa and making false claims to U.S. citizenship. So that happened while the surge was going on back in January in Minnesota. And it's so funny how stories like that don't get a lot of traction, but it really sums up everything that we're talking about with the SAVE Act. Oh, God, you're going to disenfranchise 80% of the country wants it. 75 to 80% of the country wants the SAVE Act. And as I've said before, when was the last time you got 75 to 80% of this country to agree on anything 6 months after 9/11? 9/11 for the next 6 months, we all agreed that terrorism was bad and we wanted to blow people up, and everybody agreed to that, including all the Democrats in Congress. Yes, the Iraq War. I understand that was all bullshit. I'm talking about Afghanistan and going after Al Qaeda and all that stuff. That was the last time we agreed as a nation, by and large, on a single issue. And to see that with the SAVE Act should send messages. Now, the left wants to tell you, as we've said before, women won't be able to vote. They're not smart enough to get passports. They're not smart enough to keep their marriage license. They're not smart enough to get their birth certificate. African Americans, Black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, none of them are smart enough to do that either. And you're going to disenfranchise 66 million voters, which is bullshit, and it will not. And it's not hard to get an ID, and it's just called adulting, as I've said before. And you know who agrees with me is Chuck Schumer.
Let's admit the truth. Everywhere people go, they're asked for a Social Security card. In fact, one way to prove you're a bona fide person who can have a job is to ask for a driver's license and a Social Security card. This is an anti-fraud amendment. Over where we go, people say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud.
What they are proposing in this so-called SAVE Act is like Jim Crow 2.0.
Let's admit the truth. Everywhere people go, they're asked for a Social Security card. In fact, one way to prove you're a bona fide person who can have a job is to ask for a driver's license and a Social Security card.
I let that second
This
half
is an
stay,
anti-fraud
because
amendment.
I wanted people to make sure they knew that it was Chuck Schumer saying that and nobody else. Yeah, you know, it's so funny how, and we talk about good policies that have come out of this administration or have been proposed in this administration, being immediately met with orange man bad is the only reason that they oppose it. This is another one. Democrats, Hillary Clinton, Obama, all of them were arguing about making sure lowering immigration before they were for it, and making sure we were secure in all of this in our elections and whatnot. And now all of a sudden it's controversial. And as I said before, and I got a compliment on YouTube comments, so I appreciate the gentleman that complimented me. These politicians, especially on the left and on the right too, but more so on the left, they are strippers. They are dancing on the pole, using whatever controversy and outrage they can to get their supporters to throw dollars on stage. They collect those dollars, they get down off stage, they go and con $100 lap dance out of them, telling them how they're wonderful and how they're beautiful, and they're always going to love that person. You come back to the strip club every single night, and I'm going to take care of you. And then they leave with the bouncer and his 2015 Camaro that's all beat up because he is better than you are. And that's exactly how the Democrats run things. So the SAVE Act should not be controversial. This should not even be up for debate. It only is because it's something else to cause outrage and to cause people to be divided. And it's not working out for Democrats because just a month ago I was hearing, and again, it's super early in the year in the world of politics. Everything can change in a minute. I get that. But a month ago, they were all talking about how it's going to be a blue wave this next midterms and yada, yada, yada. And even CNN, who recently had to admit that most of the country wanted voter ID, had to come out and they had to play this also.
Electoral races nationwide should stand as a wake-up call for Democrats, because take a look here. The race raiders, governors post-2026 election, at least tilting to the Republicans. Look at this, a majority, 26. That is, at this point, the number of governors that are expected, at least tilting towards the Republican Party at this point. Democrats come in at just 20. The rest of the races are toss-up. Of course, you sum up to 50. And I will note that the Republicans right now hold a 26 to 24 gubernatorial seat advantage. So at this point, it doesn't look like Republicans on the net and the aggregate are actually going to lose any governorships. In fact, when you add in those toss-ups, they may gain. So this should stand as a major wake-up call to Democrats, because if there's a wave building, it has not, at least at this point, hit the state level when it comes to governorship.
Yeah, and again, the midterms are a light year away, and all of this can change in a minute. 100%, I agree. But it was just a month ago that Democrats were talking about a blue wave. And CNN isn't exactly a conservative-friendly media site, as much as progressives and politicians somehow try to argue that mainstream media has gone for conservatives and it always has been for conservatives, yada, yada, yada. No, CNN has to say this because they've been getting their ass kicked the last two elections for saying, or three elections, I should say, for saying a lot of things were coming true that were not coming true and that their polling was garbage. So now they actually have to admit some truths in order to gain some sort of trust back. As we all know, mainstream media trust by the U.S. public is somewhere polling in the percentage of herpes. I don't know which one's more popular at last check, but they're pretty close to one another. So yeah, you're seeing Obama signal a change in policies. You're seeing Hillary Clinton talking about immigration, how it has to be tighter. And now you're seeing media starting to be more honest about what's going on out there. And that is the Trump effect. That is the 100% the Trump effect, because he spoke through the bullshit that other people haven't been able to. And whether you like Trump or you don't like Trump, you have to admit the fact that he was able to speak through the bullshit. He actually got to people in different ways than other presidents had. And he was able to figure out how to bait media into their insanity, how to use them to his advantage, because every single time they were shitting on him, he was able to turn it around on them. Like him or not, voted for him or not, you have to realize that when it comes to slapping the media around proverbially, he does a fantastic job at it. And now you're starting to see changes in the media as a result. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. We're going to finish up the show. I got a couple more things I got to talk about. Be right back.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Welcome to the SHR Media Shop. This is not just merch, it is a statement. SHR Media is built as a rebellion against the mainstream. We deliver truth without a filter or permission. When you wear our gear, you are standing for liberty and unapologetic free thought. Every piece is a badge of support for independent journalism. Wear it loud, wear it proud. Support the mission and join the rebellion at the SHR Media web store.
Attention, all patriotic women of faith. Yep, I'm talking to you, sis. Are you looking for high-quality, super soft apparel that reflects your love for country and your devotion to God? Look no further than Carry Girl Gear. Picture this. You rocking a tee so soft it's like being hugged by a cloud, all while showing off your love for God and country. Sounds dreamy, right? Well, welcome to reality, babes, because that's what we're all about here at Carry Girl Gear. We specialize in super soft tees, tanks, and more, designed specifically for the strong, patriotic woman who proudly wants to carry their message of faith and freedom. When you shop with us, you're not just getting a t-shirt. You're joining a community of like-minded women who are proud to wear their beliefs straight on their tees. So whether you're sipping sweet tea on the porch or leading the charge for faith and freedom, do it in a Carry Girl tee. Because life's too short for stiff, boring tees. CarryGirl.com, where faith and freedom meets fashion.
Come listen to BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon Radio Show. Live on select and exclusive Tuesday and Thursday nights at 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central, and 8 p.m. Pacific on the SHR Media Rumble channel, SHR Media YouTube channel, X, Twitch, Spreaker, and wherever great conservative podcasts are found. BZ, your conservative Sherpa, guides you through the maelstrom of Democrat, leftist, and globalist lies, chaos, deceit, and betrayal. Raised as a free-range child with dirt, stains, mud, and freedom, BZ broadcasts from North Idaho, comfortably surrounded by actual normal people. Jump into our plush, sumptuous, palatial, and resplendent chat room on rumble.com. Click on live chat to join. Now, with 37% more umbrage and 19% more bulbosity than previous shows, featuring delicious Liberty additives for the best in late-night conservatarian talk radio. BZ reminds you that with great beard comes great responsibility. No chinchillas were harmed, embarrassed, fat-shamed, or the focus of any sarcasm whatsoever in the making of this ad.
Welcome back to the Edge of Liberty Radio on the SHI Media Network. I don't read chat while I'm doing my show because, you know, I don't like to be any more distracted than I already am with all screens and all that stuff. But in breaks, I like to sneak in and see what's being said. And man, Samwise Gamgee, I hope the medication kicks in soon, buddy. I really do. So I was talking about polling, and before we went to the break, we were showing the CNN video. And there's another article that just came out that touches on that. And it is, if you're not paying attention, 2 Republicans are leading right now in California. And again, I know elections light years away. It's California. I don't trust anything. But you have Steve Hilton and Chad Bianco both leading the polling in California. And I think Newsom's 4th now, according to the last poll. But we talk about approval ratings, and there was somebody in here screaming a couple weeks ago about Trump's approval rating when it's at 45 in a lot of polls, and some polls have them lower, which is natural. But so I'm going to point out a poll where Newsom is polling lower than Trump in his own state. Newsom had an approval rating of 44% among 1,000 registered voters in 2024. The governor's approval rating went down to 43%. The poll also asked on top issues facing California. 37% said the economy is their number one concern. That's up 3 points in December. By the way, remember, this guy's trying to run for president. Like that's his goal. And when you start losing bigger numbers in California, you know you're losing a lot. 19% cited housing authority as the top issue. Critics have argued that California's high cost of living, I know I live here, gas prices, insurance premiums, housing prices have all gotten worse since Newsom has been in office, and 53% of voters said they've considered leaving the state over affordability concerns. So when we're talking about CNN, you're talking about what the Democrats have done. Newsom is going to be, and I don't know how the midterms and the next election, Democrats are going to duck that, because Newsom is, by all accounts, everything progressive left Democrats want in a leader. He does everything that they want for the most part. And he's polling well behind Kamala, who is not polling well in general. But she's also been smart enough to stay out of I think she'd be polling a lot worse if she was out talking on a regular basis, but she's staying low. So it's going to be interesting to see how they square that off in the future. We talk about the progressive left outrage. I'll tell you, when you go to social media and you start seeing these videos, it does remind you that mental health is a serious issue in this country.
And I'm seeing innocent people being killed by ICE. What the fuck are you guys doing? I hope you see this video, because I'm going to tell America right here, right now, this ends when we stand up and we start shooting back. Get your guns, get your militia, get your people. And when ICE comes to town, don't give them a chance. Get a sniper and shoot. Blow their fucking faces off. Watch them fucking drown in their own goddamn blood. Because America will be great again when we realize that we're the ones who make the rules, people. If you don't like the motherfuckers that are in there.
Always have been, always will be, right? There's another one on TikTok, and I didn't have time to pull it up. I was going to. Her name's Meg. You can look it up. She's screaming in her car at the top of her lungs as she's driving, arguing that she doesn't want to see trials and Nuremberg trials for conservatives. She says them, but that's who she's talking about. If you follow her content, it's easy to suss that out. And she wants them dragged by the ankles into town squares and gutted from their groin to their chin. This is what happens when they start losing control and they start losing power. They start calling for violence and against specific people. Not a good look. Another story out of California that talked about these sort of issues in states. You saw Hochul had an issue like this, of course, Feinstein's driver and some others, where Chinese nationals and spies are getting really close to certain politicians, Fang and Swalwell, and taking advantage of it. This story is out of Arcadia, California. The campaign manager and fiance of Eileen Wang, a Democrat mayor in Acadia, was arrested and convicted of being a Chinese spy and is sentenced to federal prison. I wrote that article on shrmedia.com, and BZ, we've all talked about the threat that China presents and how they're constantly over here and they're constantly spying, and that needs to be dealt with. And here again is another issue for that. Finally, now I get 12 minutes left. Let's talk about the Randy Fine story. And then if I have time left, I'll get to the socialist experiment that's failing in New York. So the world was absolutely outraged. And by that, I mean politicians on the left and leftist lunatics, because Congressman Randy Fine put out a post on X, and I have it here. Hold on, I'm just scrolling for it so I make sure I quote it exactly right. Yes, here it is. Where he said, if they force us to choose, the choice between dogs and Muslims is not a difficult one. And then he provided context, and here's the context. Nardine Kiswani, who's a Palestinian American who is Islamic, calling for the rise of Islam throughout the country. She's very close to Mandami and supported him throughout the election. Put finally, New York City is coming to Islam. Dogs definitely have a place in society, just not as indoor pets. Like we've said all along, they're unclean. Hinting at the fact that somebody in New York City who's going to force a change and not allow dogs to live in the house. And Congressman Fine's post in response was, if they force us to choose, the choice between dogs and Muslims is not a difficult one. And people went crazy. Representative Monica McIver, who's under federal indictment right now, said, it is disgusting this level of Islamophobia supported by Republicans and condoned by the president. Randy Fine is a bigot, and this should not be tolerated. I won't stop standing with our Muslim neighbors. Okay, now here's a couple issues. Number one, the Quran never mentions anything about dogs, so I don't want to hear that this is a religious thing. It doesn't say that. This is a Middle Eastern thing. This is a political thing. This is a control thing. If they got to the point where they had enough control, they would make it so dogs were not permitted to live in your house. You, as a human being, would not be allowed to keep your dog in your house if you were in one of these controlled areas because they said so, not because you wanted to. That's the inference when you read through that post. Has nothing to do with religion. It's not in the Quran. Dogs aren't even mentioned in the Quran, except for once where they said something about them being good cave dwelling partners, believe it or not. Says nothing about them being unclean. No, that's the political side of Islam that we've talked about numerous times on the show. BZ's talked about, the whole network's talked about, where they're going to force things that aren't even part of their beliefs, but what they want upon you, and use religion as the shield to hide behind when you push back against it and say Islamophobia. Her saying Islam is coming to New York and that the dogs will not be allowed to live in the house, which, by the way, I would make the exact same choice Congressman Fine made. If those are my two options, that Islam rises and I don't get a dog or I fight back, then okay. That's not me drawing a line in the sand. That's you drawing a line in the sand, because you're going to change our entire culture in which animals are very much part of everybody's family, especially dogs. And I'm not giving up my dogs for anybody. So tough shit. But what's missed is the undertones. Dogs aren't mentioned in the Quran except in a positive way. So it's not a religious thing. It is a political thing. And they have no problem melding their two parties together and using one, or those two issues together, and using one to sponsor or lift up the other. While we're in New York City, because I don't think I need to say anything more than that. I think I was pretty direct about it. An interesting thing happened with Mayor Mandami. Now, he's doing well because these are the streets after the snow's been melting that's covered with feces in New York City.
Bro, this sidewalk
It's lovely. It looks like San Francisco, if we're being honest. Very much looks like San Francisco.
Like, this is ridiculous.
So those are the streets of New York City right now because they didn't do snow removal properly, something they've been doing for years before that, but could not figure it out somehow under this administration. Now, Mondami's already had to walk back a couple of humongous political promises because he found out what we've known about socialism for a long time. Socialism's great till you run out of other people's money. Well, they're starting to run out of other people's money. The whole free bus thing is not happening. They're going to do it during one of the sports tournaments, and that's going to be it. The rental vouchers that he was promising everybody they were going to get so that essentially the government was going to be paying for the house, that's not happening anymore. He said that he was going to fundamentally reform the NYPD, and he's keeping the same commissioner there. He's going back on all of his promises. And the other one was not to raise taxes, and he was going to be able to do it with the money that they were making, and blah, 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 blah. And then there was a little fight between him and Hochul where he asked Hochul to raise the income tax in the state, or the business tax, and she was like, no, we're not doing that. We're already bleeding. New York is like California. They're already bleeding a ton of business. COVID, they bled a shitload of business. They're not making as much money as they used to be. They can't go and afford to push out business. Even Kathy Hochul knows if you raise taxes, people leave. That's just the way it is. Well, Mondami wasn't having that. And he gave his little budget update this week, and it just hear what his plan is and how well this is going to work out for New York.
Would rather do is ensure that they remain as they are so that the city can be on firm financial footing. However, in order to get to this point of closing the gap on both this fiscal year and the next fiscal year, we are forced to raid the rainy day fund, the retiree health benefits trust reserve, and to increase property taxes across these other years.
So you heard that right. Raid the rainy day fund. So any money the city had saved, put away for, say, emergencies like, I don't know, 9/11 or some weird thing that might happen. But just emergency money that you keep around as a city, you have a tendency to keep that around. Going after the retirement fund, interesting, seeing how that would be all the city workers who'd paid into the retirement. Now you're going to start fucking with that. So you're going to start taking money that's really not yours anyways and using that to pay bills because you've almost overpromised and you don't understand how a budget works. And you had no frame of reference going in. You just won on vibing, man. Everyone just wants to vibe, so they're going to vote on Mondami. Vibe and communism, it just goes hand in hand. That's what got him elected. He was a buffoon. We said that when he was running. He had no idea what he was talking about. We said that while he was running. And all those promises he made, we knew, and I said, others have said that he was no way he was going to be able to accomplish that when he was running. Well, now he's showing he can't accomplishing that without robbing from other parts that he shouldn't be robbing from. The last one, raising New York City's income tax or property tax rather to 9.5%. That's the numbers that are being floated out of his office that media is reporting. And what's his name there from the Shark Tank who goes on CNN? Kevin O'Connor. I don't really pay attention to that too much, but the Shark Tank guy said, in about a year or so, I'm going to go to Florida and Mondami is going to be winning the real estate award because everybody's going to be leaving New York and going down to Florida and it will happen. If you raise it to 9.5%, you will see a mass exodus of people who are either retiring or about to retire or have retired because you're already fucking with their retirement and potentially taking money out of that. And that's a big risk for them. But you're also going to raise their property tax on fixed income retirees who own their property. They're going to get the hell out of Dodge, and you cannot blame them because they have themselves to worry about. And they're going to go to a state that treats them better, which would be Florida, namely on the East Coast. So yeah, communism and socialism is not working out so well in New York City because, other people's money only goes so far. What do I have? I wrote the article on shrmedia.com talking about the outrage with the Epstein files versus the actual worries in the Epstein files and how we have to investigate the people that are actually in the Epstein files and not just people that were named because they were in emails. And everyone's, Trump was in there 38,000 times. Yep. I wrote the article. I broke it down. I showed you my work. He is not. His campaign emails are in there a shitload. And he was talked about poorly by people with Epstein, and that's why he was mentioned. And Epstein himself was shitting on Trump because he had him removed from Mar-a-Lago, but he's not in there actively participating as much as everybody, and I'm sure there's a couple of weirdos in the chat room right now who are trying to say he is. But then that mentality of everybody who's in the Epstein files because it's politically expedient for us, and we're going to use that as a scream that everyone in there is guilty. I talked about this Monday night. Until it comes to bite us on the ass, and I introduce you to Whoopi Goldberg, who is also named in the Epstein files.
Now, in the name of transparency, can you put up my name is in the files? Okay,
so just based on the outrage that we see on social media, and she's condemned in the public, right? She should never work again. She should, just because she was named in the Epstein files, and clearly she doesn't have a valid excuse.
Yes. And what does it say? It says, Whoopi needs a plane to get to Monaco. John Lennon's charity, it should say Julian Lennon's charity, is paying for it. They don't want to charter, so they're looking for private owners. Here's the info. And they give all the information. And they're saying Do you want to offer your G2?
And it looks like they said no thanks.
So they're reaching out to Epstein, her people, not Whoopi per se, but her people, but it doesn't matter. None of that context doesn't matter, right? That's been the argument that's been going on now for weeks, is context doesn't matter. We don't really want to know who's doing stuff. We just want to attack the people whose names we don't like in it. And obviously she went through and pretty much just said what I said on the other night, Monday night, of, well, not everybody in the Epstein file is guilty of something. Sometimes their names just get mentioned in it because of emails and publicity and all this other stuff. And yeah, that's entirely true. That's why I said, if you go to Gmail, I don't care if you believe me about how many times Trump is in there, go to the Gmail app where it's broken down like Gmail, where you can go through and search all of them. You do what I did. Use a couple different AIs and compare them next to each other. Ask questions that aren't bomb questions. You ask questions that are honest, investigative questions. How many times is Trump in the Epstein files? How many times is it from his campaign or an email blast that somebody in Epstein's circle signed up for? How many times is it talking about how Trump is affecting the market? Not necessarily what Trump's doing with Epstein, but how he's affecting the market because he's in a position of power he was running at the time as well. You suss that down and you'll actually start, and then you can do that for other people as well. And there are some people in there that do need to be looked at. I agree with 100%. There are people in there who 100% need to hang for what they did. But not everybody who's named in that is a problem, because a lot of it is that they were mentioned in passing, but their name still pops up in the files. Lastly, before we go, oh no, you know what? I'm not going to do this. I'll hold on to this. Folks, that's going to be it for me right here on the SHR Media Network. You're watching The Edge of Liberty. I'll be back Monday, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast, right here, same time, same place. But don't just look out for me. As I told you, February 27th, Bjorn Bullstein is coming to SHR Media at 7 p.m. Eastern. As if that is not enough, you have the anchors, the folks that really get it done here on SHR Media. You have BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon Tuesday and Thursday nights, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast, right here on the SHR Media Network. Tuesday and Thursday mornings, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon on the East Coast. You have Mission Ready Men with Big E. And the guy who starts our week and ends our week, Reaver of Common Sense, Jersey Joe, at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 on the East Coast, right here on the SHR Media Network. Thank you to KLRN Radio. Thank you to the mods for handling all business that they handle. Thank you to the subs. We're up to almost 100 or 1,050, so thank you very much for subscribing. Please check out shrmedia.com. You can find the shop under the shows tab, and if you use 10%, if you use the freedom code, if you use the code FREEDOM, you'll get 10% off. Holy cow, I can't talk at all. That's how I know the night's over. I'll see you Monday, folks. Have a great rest of your night.